Ms. Anita, just a few housekeeping matters before we get started. We're going to switch the schedule around just a little bit and let our criminal court judges go first, juvenile judges go second, and we're going to put JJIC last. Good morning, Chief Johnson. Say good morning.
Is Matt an attendee? Is Matt an attendee on there? Yeah.
No. Just Councilmember Harris, Hughes, and Morrell. Shanita?
I need to talk with you about the monopilot.
Roll call. Councilmember King,
Here.
Councilmember Morrell, Councilmember Harris, Councilmember Green,
Here.
Councilmember Hughes. We have 3 members. We have a quorum.
All right, thank you, Ms. Anita. Welcome everyone to the July 29th, 2026 Criminal Justice Committee meeting. Start with an approval of the minutes and make a motion to approve last meeting's minutes.
on this June 29th. I am pleased to move for approval of the minutes.
Second by Councilmember Green. All in favor?
Aye.
3 ayes, all opposed?
Stay right there.
3 ayes, no nays. The May 11th meeting minutes have been approved. We're going to jump into number 3, judges. So item number 3, y'all can still stay there. Calendar number 35481. Mr. Need, you want to read it for us, please?
I'm sorry. This is your calendar number 35481, amending ordinance 3530 MCS. This is the operating budget of revenues to deappropriate and transfer funds from the CAO's office, mayor's office, and code enforcement for the demolition of the DeGaulle Manor.
Thank you, Ms. Nita. Basically, this and the next voting item is to move monies around to appropriate funds to demolish the DeGaulle Manor in Algiers. Any questions from the dais? We have members from the Code Enforcement Office and CAO if we have any questions.
No, but Councilmember King, I want to commend you for staying after this demolition. Demolitions help our communities. They make people feel better when they get rid of that blight, but it also shows that the city, despite the difficulties involved with getting owners to do the right thing, will not let them go forever. So I want to commend you as we vote on this matter for staying with this particular issue. It's an example of what we should be doing and are doing through code enforcement throughout our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Green. I make a motion to approve. Second by Councilman Harris. All in favor?
Aye.
3 ayes. All opposed? No nays. Motion is approved. Well, it's approved. Next, calendar number 35482.
Yeah, this is the amending ordinance 3530 MCS, the operating budget of expenditures. So it's the sister ordinance for your prior ordinance to deappropriate and transfer the funds from the CAO's mayors regarding the demolition of the DeGaulle Manor.
Any question from the dais? Any public comments? No. Hearing and seeing none, I make a motion to approve.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Green. All in favor?
Aye.
3 ayes. All opposed? Ordinance approved. We will discuss this is on the next council meeting agenda. All right. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Green.
Before we start,
Go ahead.
can I have just 1 minute of personal privilege? I'm pleased to serve on the city council, especially these last few years when we've seen such tremendous reductions in crime in our city, especially in terms of violent crime. As we make these reports today, I know that there are always going to be challenges, but Councilman King, I'm pleased that we have an opportunity to hear from our criminal justice partners, but I also want to say an important word. Congratulations and thank you. Yesterday's article in the Times-Picayune shows that the Advocate shows that over the last 3 to 4 years, we've reduced crime in many areas by 60% or more. That wouldn't be happening unless there was cooperation going on. And I want to thank those members of the criminal justice community. I know it can be difficult sometimes to arrest people and put them in certain places where you wish they were doing different things and they were free. But it's also always important to recognize that with the reduction in crime, that means we have fewer victims, fewer families, fewer individuals who are suffering. I just want to thank everyone in advance of your presentations for the work that you're doing.
Thank you, Councilman Green. I want to echo that. When we was campaigning 2021, crime was the #1 issue on everybody's agenda and on everyone's mind. We was making national news for the rise in crime, and through partnership with the DA's office, criminal court judges, the police, NOPD, sheriff's office, crime has really been not on anyone's radar, and that's a good thing. So we want to knock on wood and keep it that way, so we can focus on other things opposed to keeping everyone safe. So with that, we will turn it over to Criminal Court Chief Judge Wanda Lombard for the quarterly presentation.
Good morning, and thank you all for having us here, council members. I am Wanda Marie Lombard, Chief Judge and Magistrate Judge of Criminal District Court. I am here with Shannon Sims and Rob Kazak, the Judicial Administrators for Criminal District Court, and I'll let the Deputy Chief introduce herself.
Good morning, council members. Judge Kimya Holmes, Deputy Chief of Criminal District Court, Section D.
So I'd like to start today by discussing our case management system. As you are aware, we went live on November 10th. We are still experiencing growing pains with some of the implementation and the data conversion. We're also, Beacon has gone live, and the sheriff will talk to you more about that, but the two systems live together, we're still having some issues trying to get the systems to work the way we want them to. All of us, all of the partners are working daily and diligently and constantly in communication on resolving these issues. As you know, last year, Criminal District Court held 137 jury trials, 26 were murder trials. That was 24% of the trials held, criminal trials held statewide in Louisiana. As of June 23rd, we have already held 63 jury trials this year. The court is still maintaining its specialty courts, which include the domestic violence and mental health court. I have the misdemeanor domestic violence and mental health courts. Judge Good Douglas has the felony domestic violence court, and Judge Marcus DeLarge has the felony mental health court. We maintain drug courts across multiple sections of court. Judge DeLarge still has his reentry court. I think the drug court sections are Judge Holmes, Judge Good Douglas, and Judge Harris, and I'm missing a judge. Judge Pittman. And then we also have the Rise After Release program and the Veterans Court run by Judge Willard. And then misdemeanor monitoring obviously is conducted by magistrate. The big things that have happened, you are very aware of course, which is the passage of a number of bills. The two that I'm talking about mostly this morning, well, there's three. There's one that kind of slipped under everybody's radar that is going to clog us up even more, which is when if a defendant elects to go judge trial instead of jury trial, whether in felony or misdemeanor court, then under this new law, that case then has to be reallotted to another judge. We did not make the rule, I'm just saying. So the rule is that if you're a defendant in say Judge Holmes' section, and you choose to go judge trial, Judge Holmes won't be the judge trying your case. Then that case has to be then reallotted to another section of court, which is just gonna clog us up more because as you know, 217 passed, and part of 217 is that they will be reducing, slashing 3 judges from the criminal district court by the end of the year, which is going, and right now those 3 judges have approximately 546 cases between them. So when those 3 sections are gone, then the remaining 9 will have to assume those 546 cases along with their currently existing docket. The other thing that 217 did, good morning, Councilman. The other thing that 217 did is it, in conjunction with 256, as you know, consolidated the clerk's offices and created a consolidated judicial expense fund. We have put the committee together. The committee, it consists of 7 sitting judges and 2 retired judges. We will, if the Supreme Court hasn't sent you guys the committee list, then Ms. Sims will send you the committee list. But right now, 4 judges were appointed by the Supreme Court. The rest were appointed by criminal court, civil court, and first and second city court. So the consolidated JEF includes first and second city court, civil court, and criminal district court. We have had our first meeting. The committee has been put together. That's all I can say about the committee at this time because we have only met once. And then the big elephant in the room, of course, is that under 217, after this, the state will cease funding criminal court in its entirety with the presumption that this new JEF would be able to fund it. I don't know where they expect the new JEF to get all this money, but just saying. And so we did send a letter to you guys just kind of letting you know the status of that and what that may do to our budget in the next fiscal year. We are funded through this year. But we did want to put y'all on notice of that because we don't know how
Mr. Chairman,
that's going
can I
to
make a comment real quick? Thank you.
And then,
Judge, real quick,
I think, sorry to interrupt you, Your Honor.
No, that's fine.
I want to hit on that issue. What I find tremendously interesting, because I understand that that has been a concern voiced by the clerk of Orleans Court. And as you're aware, because you're aware of the judiciary across the state of Louisiana, in every other parish, civil court funds criminal court.
correct.
So I think that, and I've talked to my former colleagues in the legislature, the intent with the merger of the clerks was that, because it was said repeatedly at every occasion, we want Orleans to be like everybody else, that the funding mechanism to make you whole, and I would say go beyond just making you whole. I think that there are a tremendous amount of infrastructure upgrades that are needed. There are personnel staffing at courts need to be revisited. The whole idea was that when this consolidation of the clerks occurred, it was supposed to end rich dad, poor dad. Because right now you guys are the poor dad and civil court's the rich dad, and the civil clerk is sitting on tens of millions of dollars of surplus funding. So I know that we are working with the legislative order. I know that as of right now, based upon his representations, our existing commitment, which we are one of the few parishes that funds criminal court separately, that is going to stay in place for now, but it is extremely likely we're going to have to go back to the legislature potentially to get clarification, because if the goal was to make us like everyone else, there's a building right next door which is sitting on a tremendous amount of money beyond the building fund for the court that could make you whole, and not just make you whole, make you what you should be, which versus what you are now as far as funding. So just wanted to put that on the record. I think that the legislature kind of expressed, maybe not as clearly as they should have, that that was the intent, but there is a way to make you whole, which could go well beyond what you've seen in the past.
Correct. Well, I think that was the intent, but I can't speak on the law other than to say that the way it's written right now, 60% of the funds collected by the clerk's office will go into the joint JEF. That's whatever that 60% ends up being is what it ends up being. And that's why we just kind of have been keeping the city abreast of that situation. And then on another note, we also have, we are allowed to do a donation to the jury per diem, from the jury per diem to CASA by jurors. So the jurors are allowed to do a donation to CASA when they come, if they want to. That's under the new law. And I think that covers everything. The wind retrofit project is still going forward. It should be completed by early September. The original completion date was supposed to be May. But with all construction projects, you know, they tend to go a little longer. But that seems to be working. A lot of the courtrooms have already been redone, and most are downstairs, so.
Okay. Any questions? Councilman Green?
Yes, it's not really a question, it's a statement. At a time when, as we celebrate, that's not a good word to use, but we recognize the decreases in crime in our city and the fact that our citizens are safer, I think it was incredibly irresponsible of the legislature to reduce the number of criminal court judges without some suggestion that doing so was going to help us to continue on the route that we were on right now, or to even improve our situation. So we certainly all stand unified in recognizing that another challenge has been thrown upon our city by the state of Louisiana. It almost becomes one of those additional unfunded mandates, which are something that continues to affect us on a financial level. But I just want to say that for the record, I understand it's going to be a difficult challenge. It's not justified in terms of any numbers that have been presented to us in terms of how it's going to do the most important thing, which is help to keep our citizens safer. I just wanted to say thank you all for your work, and we look forward to working with you in whatever capacity we can to make sure that this change does not result in any turnaround in what we are experiencing now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Green.
Any online comments, Ms. Anita? All right. Thank you, judges.
Thank you for having us.
Free to go. Thank you. All right. Next up, we'll have our juvenile courts. Juvenile court judges, are they here? Juvenile court judges going once. Juvenile judges going twice. All right. We're going to move to DA's office.
We voted already.
All right, it's the DA's office here. DA's office going once. DA's office going twice. Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office, step on up. Sheriff, whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Good morning,
Good morning.
President Morrell, Chairman King, and council persons Harris and Mr. Green. Thank you for the opportunity to provide our first quarterly update since taking office. Today's presentation highlights where the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office stands today, the progress we've made during our first several weeks, and the strategic investments and partnerships needed to continue strengthening public safety, constitutional operations, and public trust. Go to the second slide. Before discussing our initiatives, I'd like to begin with a snapshot of where the agency stands today. These metrics reflect both the size of our operation and the pace of progress we've made in a short period of time. While we continue to face staffing and budget challenges, we've already made significant progress in security operations, policy development, consent decree compliance, and accountability. These numbers that you see establish our baseline as we work towards sustained improvement. Our mission. Everything we have done since taking office has been guided by one principle, and that's accountability. Accountability extends beyond our correctional facilities. It includes fiscal stewardship, constitutional operations, professionalism, transparency, and earning the trust of the community through results. We inherited an agency facing significant operational, financial, and organizational challenges. And rather than focusing on blame, our leadership team immediately began identifying risks, stabilizing operations, and planning long-term solutions. This assessment continues to guide our priorities as we repair the foundation of the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office. Our first responsibility is maintaining a safe and secure correctional environment. We've strengthened intelligence gathering, expanded contraband searches, partnered with our peers from surrounding parishes, and formed the OPSO Security and Accountability Council to bring together public safety leaders and subject matter experts. And we're planning a tour the third week of July with this group of experts who have accepted my offer to serve on the Security Council. This will be the first step in generating actionable recommendations. And these initiatives are already improving institutional security while reducing risk for deputies, detainees, and visitors. Our infrastructure. Many of our facilities require significant capital investments after years of deferred maintenance and neglect. And if you walk through our jail facility, as Mayor Moreno did a few weeks ago, you can clearly see the damage and deterioration. Inmates have torn pieces of the doors, metal stripping, and anything you can think of to make homemade weapons or man-made weapons and tools. We prioritize repairs that directly impact safety and security, including locking systems, preventive maintenance, perimeter security, and critical infrastructure projects. We've also initiated a system of rounds to document and report damage. While progress is underway, continued investments will be necessary to modernize our facilities and protect both staff and detainees. Fiscal accountability has been one of our highest priorities. We've implemented strong purchasing controls, begun a comprehensive contract inventory, cut non-essential spending, and initiated plans for a fiscal transparency platform that will allow leadership, policymakers, and eventually the public to better understand how taxpayer dollars are being managed. We've given our commitment to the council, mayor, and CAO that we will do everything needed to comply with the mandates of the ordinance requiring BRAS or comparable fiscal management software. This slide illustrates the difference between the conditions we inherited and the reforms now being implemented. We've introduced standardized purchasing approvals, improved procurement oversight, strengthened contract management, and increased financial transparency. These reforms are helping restore confidence while positioning the agency for long-term fiscal stability. And of course, the consent decree remains one of our most important organizational priorities. During transition, our team began researching any information related to the consent decree that we could get our hands on. We engaged the judges, monitors, and parties in the days following the election, and now we have a strong command of the areas that need to be brought into compliance and a strong roadmap to be fully compliant on an expedited timeline. We're pleased to report that we've already secured updates of substantial compliance in 3 additional areas, and we've reestablished regular engagement with the federal monitors and parties. Our focus is not on simply achieving compliance, but building systems that become part of our organizational culture. Our strategic focus is a long-term strategy that focuses on 2 parallel efforts. First, we are modernizing policies and procedures using nationally recognized best practices for corrections. And second, we're strengthening compliance monitoring so improvements are measurable, transparent, and institutionalized well beyond the life of the consent decree. In our quarterly scorecard, this scorecard provides a transparent assessment of where each major compliance initiative stands today. Some initiatives are progressing well, while others require additional resources or staffing. By openly tracking our progress, we create accountability within the organization while giving stakeholders a clear understanding of where continued investment is needed. Our workforce, people remain our greatest investment. We've strengthened leadership development, expanded professional training, improved accountability systems, and enhanced onboarding for new employees. One of our most significant recent accomplishments was hiring a new human resources officer who has extensive leadership experience from both the public and private sectors. We are extremely optimistic that this addition will strengthen our recruitment effort, improve employee retention, modernize hiring practices, and help us build a professional workforce our community deserves. And for a return on our investment, every investment we're requesting has a measurable return. Whether it is facility improvements, technology upgrades, employee development, or compliance initiatives, these investments improve safety, reduce risk, lower long-term costs, and accelerate our progress towards full constitutional compliance. These are investments that benefit both public safety and taxpayers. The technology modernization. Technology is essential to improving operations and supplementing diminishing manpower. We're continuing implementation of the Beacon Jail Management System while working closely with Beacon and the CAO's office to fully integrate remaining features through additional workflow development and staff training. At the same time, we're reforming our records practices, expanding data tracking, and improving our technology infrastructure to support better decision-making across the agency. And on our transparency dashboards, transparency is critical to maintaining public trust. We're developing public-facing dashboards that will provide timely information on population trends, staffing, training, grievances, policy updates, and critical incidents. Our goal is to make meaningful information readily available to elected officials and the community we serve. And our accomplishments to this date, significant work definitely remains to be done, but we've already established a strong foundation. From security improvements and financial reform to policy modernization and strengthened partnerships. We've moved quickly to level out our operations while positioning the agency for long-term growth. But our current needs are still there. Many of these improvements cannot be sustained without continued investment. We respectfully ask for the council's support in restoring at least a portion of the resources cut during the last budget. We need to be able to retain the existing dedicated staff and recruit new staff to fill vacancies and relieve the strain on personnel. We will soon have to staff Phase 3, and it's very difficult to compete with other parishes when there's double the work and lower pay. We also ask you to support by investing in aging infrastructure through the capital budget and ensuring we have adequate resources to successfully complete our consent decree obligations. These investments will strengthen public safety while reducing long-term operational costs and shield us from any additional liability. And looking ahead, as we move into the coming year, our focus shifts from stabilization to transformation. We'll continue hardening security, amending policies, completing Beacon implementation, improving recruitment and retention, expanding transparency initiatives, and advancing towards substantial compliance with the consent decree. Every initiative supports our vision of building one of the nation's leading constitutional correctional agencies. With every challenge we confront and all the growth on the horizon, the thing that's always front of mind for me is the safety and livelihood of the people who make up the OPSO. The agency is nothing without those who make up the agency and help run it. And this team is fully committed to finding a way to fairly compensate them for their sacrifices. This is just where the agency is now, and I'm happy that we were able to give just a little just of what we're doing, but in the coming days, we'll be able to provide all the things, thing by thing, what we have accomplished in our first 100 days. So we thank you for your continued partnership and support. We appreciate the opportunity to provide this update and welcome any questions from the council regarding our progress, priorities, and future needs.
Thank you, Sheriff. We're going to first hear from Councilmember Harris and then Councilmember Green.
Thank you, Sheriff, for being here today. I can tell you that your presentation is refreshing and moving forward in a spirit of collaboration is something that we all want to do, so thank you for that. I do want to ask you about the LLA and the progress that you are making with them. Where are we as far as reporting back to the council on fiscal controls and what needs to happen there?
Well, we've met with the CAO's office on where our funding stands and where we are, and that we would like to move forward in getting our quarterly tranches of money so we can make sure that we're meeting payroll as well as getting other infrastructure projects done. We are still working with the Louisiana Legislative Auditor. As a matter of fact, on May 4th, after my inauguration, my first meeting was with the Legislative Auditor. So we continue to work with them to promote, of course, transparency when it comes to our spending and our budget. And so that's where we are with the legislative auditor.
Okay, and as budget chair, I would love to sit down with you and your team to discuss where you are, your needs, so that we can look at how we can help with those. So let's get that on the books sooner rather than later. I'm meeting with the other council members on their budget priorities, and I think it's important to meet with you on your budget priorities as well. One of the things that we talked about last term with the prior sheriff is bonding capacity at the sheriff's office. Is there any insight there about whether or not you have bonding capacity to fill some of these financial needs?
There is still some monies left from the last administration with the bonds that they secured, roughly about $8 or $9 million. And what we're planning to do, we've already started that process, is to continue to change the hinges and locks on the doors on the first and second floor of the facility. We've already had the same vendor who service the third and fourth floors come out, do the measurements, and they're going to get started on that. We are just in the process of making arrangements to move some inmates out to other parishes while that work is done.
Great. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to have my team reach out to your team to schedule a tour of the facility, including phase 3, and then we can sit and talk about your budget needs. So we'll do that probably after Essence. So look out for an email from Bryce in my office.
Absolutely, and that was the plan, to invite each and every council person over for a tour. So you can see exactly what we're talking about when we mention infrastructure problems, taking the stripping off of windows and doors and different things, pieces of material inside the facility, making weapons. So we're trying to shore up those things, having someone assigned just to do that, to go throughout the facility and see what issues we're having with removing things from the infrastructure and making weapons and stuff like that, because it's a safety hazard. And so those are the things that we're looking at. We have a risk management person actually going through every part of the facility so we can change those things. But of course, it takes funding to replace those things, or how we're going to remedy that. And we are definitely looking forward to each and every one of you coming over to see exactly the problems that we face as far as infrastructure, staffing, and those things are concerned. And even with phase 3, definitely we walked through with the mayor, and we noted some things that that may be issues as far as safety is concerned. So we're more than happy to host you on a tour.
Thank you. And again, I just want to commend you right now. I know it's early days on the spirit of collaboration. I know that we will continue this as we move forward, talking about budget priorities and other operational things that need to happen at the jail. So thank you all for being here today.
Thank you.
The sheriff addressed what question I was going to ask based on what Councilmember Harris asked. But basically, after this weekend's incident, for example, with regards to the weaponry, you've explained already that you're doing a comprehensive look at some of the safety concerns within the facility to do what we can to reduce the likelihood of people being able to bring in weapons and create weapons, because of course there are a lot of folks there whose family members are concerned whenever they hear that a stabbing incident has taken place or that someone has been beaten. So you did address it, unless you'd like to add to it, and let the public know, those who have family members, for example, who may be incarcerated, what's being done to make the facility safer so that they can feel more comfortable.
Right, and the only way that we're going to be able to bring down assaults inside of the jail is to hire more staff and of course look at the infrastructure of the jail. Again, they're pulling off door strippings and around window sills and creating weapons, even a partition. A metal partition, they were taking metal off that we had them all removed from inside some of the areas on the pods. And so, but it takes resources and money to be more detailed about it to fix these things. And right now, our priority definitely is to shore up this building. And the way we have been doing that, of course, is we're going to continue changing those locks on the first and second floor, change both of those floors out. And then, of course, put materials that cannot be peeled away from a door seal or a window seal that they can use to make homemade weapons. And so with supervision and, of course, shoring up our infrastructure, that is the way to stop those types of incidents from happening. And then we're doing regular shakedowns. We're actually doing the work already. You know, searching those cells occasionally, not just doing them randomly when they're unannounced. And we're finding weapons. And, of course, in each of those incidents, we have put additional charges on those who are involved in those incidents. We haven't done it with this last one that happened on yesterday because they're still doing an investigation, but we plan to charge someone in that incident also. So holding those inmates accountable when they do make homemade weapons and use them inside this facility, we're still working on that.
Okay, thank you. Let's talk about numbers for a second. And I didn't find on my phone, checking the council's agenda, the number that I ask about all the time or often. How many inmates are awaiting transfer to the state based on the completion of their whatever the requirements are local?
Roughly, we have, the last time I checked, which was last week, we have about 48 that need to be transferred to the Department of Corrections.
Can you comment on that, or do you wish for me to comment and say what is going on with the state, who is always doing something to that end? But also, it's important to recognize, and I want the public to understand, at least 4 inmates were recently transferred back to the Orleans Justice Center because there's no room at Angola, or is that correct? Or there's some other facts that people need to know? Because if you have 48 who are awaiting transfer and then you're transferring 4 more in, I'm a little bit worried that at the end of the day, of course, it's easy because it's a lot of city expenses, but that the state isn't doing the job that it's supposed to be doing. Can you comment on that?
Sure. We had 4 inmates transferred back to our custody. It was 4 inmates that were involved in the May 16th escape. And it was because of housing issues with the Department of Corrections. They just don't have enough beds. And so they needed to be transferred back to our custody because they're still awaiting trial. There's still some pretrial things with them. And so it was hard on their staffing, hard to transport those inmates to and from Angola every time they had a court appearance, and so they asked that we take them back, and we did. And of course, they are in a secured area of the jail. And you asked about the transfer. How many people that we have
48.
That are DOC inmates that we are still housing. It's a process, right? Once a person is sentenced, have to wait for their time to be calculated from the Department of Corrections. That's a whole process. And once that is done, then they are ready to be transported to another facility, a DOC facility. And we have to wait on the Department of Corrections to come and pick those inmates up. But it's done weekly. They come and get inmates weekly. At least we have actually 5 to date that are being transported to the Department of Corrections. So it's a process, and that's the reason why we still have about 48 inmates in our custody that are with the Department of Corrections.
I haven't been hesitant to push back on the state, especially since the state wants to get involved with reducing our judiciary and do other things to take away money, as was recently done. But there are some challenges in our city that are many times created by the state. 48 inmates is significant investment by a city that right now is experiencing a budget crisis. I know that we have to, and we want to honor, and we want to recognize that it's a human rights issue and that we want people to be treated fairly, and I understand how the system works. I think what I'm trying to get across is, especially to anybody who's listening on a state level, just stop. Stop bashing the city of New Orleans when you have so many shortcomings on a state level. Mm-hmm. Whether they are coming to pick someone up every week or not, the fact is that there are 48 people who are housed in OJC at the expense of local taxpayers especially, who should be elsewhere. The system that results in only 5 being transferred, I understand the difficulties, and I want to make it clear, I'm being a little bit rhetorical because it's been going on forever, but stop the bashing of the city of New Orleans as if we don't do anything right when there's so many issues on a state level that need to be addressed. But I appreciate your presentation, and I hope that we can find more common ground with the state that doesn't result in so many recriminations and accusations relative to what we're doing here.
And I just want to add, across the board, staffing is an issue, whether it's the Department of Corrections, whether it's Orleans Parish, with law enforcement there, of course, is staffing issues, citywide, statewide, across the country. And so with those issues, that's part of their reasoning, staffing to actually come and pick up the inmates, and also housing. And we're all having that issue. And I think we're going to have a growing issue when there's a reduction in the judges. It's going to make the case loads go a little slower. So we may be housing more people for a longer time. So that is an issue for us. So having a relationship with the Department of Corrections, we are trying to work with them and having a really positive relationship, so they'll understand that we need these inmates moved as quickly as possible, because of course they're having housing issues and staffing issues just as we are, but trying to work with them to move those inmates a little bit better. We're having good conversations with them, so I'm sure that we're going to be able to move a little more swiftly, more quickly with their cooperation.
It's a big financial issue relative to the city.
Yes, and with DOC
right?
inmates, I think the rate that we get for an inmate a day is $26 or $29 an hour, something in that area, which is just a drop in a bucket, right, in order to be able to house an inmate. Just off the top of my head, I know to house a female inmate in OJC is in excess of $200 a day. So that $26 or $29 an hour that you get for housing a DOC inmate is just really a drop in a bucket, and it does put, a strain on us.
Okay. Let me end with a couple of positive things, because I could bash the state, as I will all year, especially with us in the middle of our financial crisis. I want to thank you for your outreach to be a participant with the victims, people who have suffered who are victims of crime, and your willingness to host again the monthly meetings of the Voices of the Victims of Crime. And I also want to commend those who are running the Travis Hill School for the recent graduations. It was good to see those happen to be all young men, those young men who are feeling a little bit better about their future in society because they had earned that degree. And I want to encourage those who are watching and those who are familiar family members, if you have someone who's incarcerated, encourage them to look at the value of pursuing education while they're there, and pursuing that social aspect that results from your meeting with others, such as instructors and the like. It's a valuable program. I had a chance to talk to one young person, I don't want to use his name, who is definitely going to be a force in this city. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
So I mean, it's such potential there. I just want to encourage those who know someone to participate with the Travis Hill School and pursue that educational opportunity.
Yes, and we're committed to even implementing even more positive programming through clinical programs, through reentry programs. We've hired someone who's amazing, looking at all evidence-based programs, whether it be a clinical program or whether it be just a reentry program, that we can actually see results and actually help people, while they're there, and also while they're moving out and back into society.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Green. I want to follow with the questions Councilmember Green had about the population. So you said there's 48 current DOC inmates and 4 more were transferred back to us?
Those were the 4 young men. They were part of a group of that 10 that escaped in last year. So they were all being housed at Angola after they were captured last year. And those 4 were transferred back to OJC because of staffing and also housing constraints at DOC.
So would that be 48 plus 4, or that 4 is part of the 48?
They're not DOC inmates currently. They are still pre-trial, those 4. But the 48, and that's give or take a few, because that number was from last week. So it may be less, just a little bit less, but I know this week 5 are slated to leave, so we probably down closer to 40, housing 40 DOC inmates.
Okay, and then roughly $200 for a female inmate. So I'm gonna just use 40 times 200. That's $8,000 times 4. It was 4 months, 4 weeks out the month. So it would cost the city $32,000 to house the state's inmates.
Basically.
Basically.
If you do the math, yeah.
I'm not a math expert, but I'm.
Me either.
So almost $400,000, and for a city and a department that's already financially struggling, the state is putting almost a $400,000 additional burden on us. And going back to what Councilman Green said, you cut the DA's budget, you cut the number of criminal court judges. It just seems like everything that can be done to put more of a strain on our criminal justice system is being done, and then the finger's being pointed at us saying, why aren't you doing enough? But when you tie a city's hands, they could do just so much. They can do so much. So I just want to put that out for the record, on the record for the public. I want to thank you, Sheriff, for the work you and your staff are doing. It's not easy. You have a lot of hurdles to overcome. We all do, but we're doing the best we can. We're doing it together. So I just want to publicly thank you and your staff. Ms. Nita, any public comments? All right, I don't have any public comments for agenda item 4, letter.
And can I just add one more thing, what you said about the housing those inmates? What we have done, or what we are doing to try to remedy it as far as population is concerned, and of course also funding it, is asking our partner Sheriff's Office to house some of those DOC inmates for us. And there are several who do house DOC inmates, and they are willing to take some, not all, but of course they at times too have population issues and staffing issues too, and can't take them. But there are times where we're able to transfer those DOC inmates who are awaiting DOC to actually house them, to transfer them to different sheriff's departments, and they house them and they receive the funds that are given by DOC. So that's our way of trying to keep our population down, and also not having to fund those particular inmates.
Thank you, Sheriff. One last thing. So I just did a quick math again. So it's $200 to house an inmate, a female inmate. So 200 times 365 is $73,000. So it costs $73,000 to house one person. And I don't know of many in-state college tuitions that's $73,000. So not you, but it seems that more, not it seems, it's obvious more is being invested in criminalizing people and keeping people in jail than actually in helping people. I don't know many people that make $73,000 a year, but we spending $73,000 per person to keep them in jail.
And that's just, that's the cost, but that's not what is actually, being paid by the state. It's a very, very small amount, and that's statewide.
Councilman Harris and Councilman Green.
Yes.
Yeah, to that point, Councilmember King, as we know, House Bill 211 passed, which criminalizes homeless sleeping on the street. And so you think of $73,000 to incarcerate someone for being unhoused versus putting them in housing, which costs about $15,000 to $20,000. We got no additional money from the state to criminalize these people or to incarcerate them. And they're cutting our money for housing as well. And so you think about the cost, again, to criminalize something that is not necessarily your fault, is maybe the fault of your circumstances, you're losing housing. $73,000 per person to incarcerate them versus $15,000 to $20,000 to give them housing. There's a financial problem there that logically makes zero sense. And so I just want to point that out and be on the record saying that we should be housing people who are unhoused, not criminalizing them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Green?
Sheriff, why would a surrounding parish take one of the inmates who should be in the Department of Corrections system when they only get paid $26 a day and it costs $100 a day? Do they get an additional supplement?
Several local sheriff's departments actually house DOC inmates. They do. We elected not to. We don't house them because, of course, it would increase our population. And, of course, it's cost saving for us if we don't house them. And so this parish doesn't do it, but there are other smaller parishes in the surrounding areas who do. Maybe it's worth it to them, the $26 or $29 a day that they get for each inmate. But for cost-saving measures for ourselves in the city and also to keep our population down, we do not house DOC inmates.
Thank you. I put that out there so folks would know, because I'm going to get a text message back saying basically, why don't we just send everybody to surrounding parishes, for example?
That would be, that's
I
easy.
anticipate those, that's why I asked.
Right, it's easier said than done. Like I said, they have the same challenges we do. You know, the number of beds, population issues, and also staffing is an issue in every part of the state. And so that's why it's not that easy. If it was that easy, we could just transport them all out to different parishes that actually house DOC inmates, but it's not that easy all the time.
Yes. Okay.
One last thing, Sheriff, if anybody's listening, it's approximately $32,000 for in-state tuition at LSU.
I know.
More than double. It costs more than double to house an inmate. That's food for thought. All right, thank you.
All great points. And I understand that this definitely creates a challenge, not for just the sheriff's office, but for the city. I totally understand, but this currently is a hand that we're dealt, and what we're also, it's a challenge for us. So, of course, we're being in partnership with the city and the mayor's administration. We're trying to do everything that we can to not be a burden on the city. And so we're just challenged with it, and we're trying to figure out the best way that we can to be good partners.
Thank you. All right, any comments? I don't have any public comment cards for Sheriff Woodford. Thank you, Sheriff. Up next, we're going to go back to our criminal court judges.
Criminal?
Sorry, juvenile court judges. Morning, judges.
Morning.
Judge Bates, whenever you're ready, just introduce yourself, and the floor is yours.
Hi, good morning.
All right, good morning.
We would like to thank you all for the opportunity to present. I am Candace Bates Anderson, Chief Judge of Orleans Parish Juvenile Court, and we are here today for the quarterly criminal justice stakeholders meeting.
All right.
gotta hit that button on the side.
Okay, wait a minute, so which one?
It's on.
Okay, which one do I hit?
Yes, start with the introduction and you hit the button as we move through, after you do the introduction.
All right.
Does everybody want to use this?
All right, so members of the committee, good morning. On behalf of the Orleans Parish Juvenile Court, I want to thank you for the opportunity to participate in today's meeting. Chief Judge Candace Anderson, Judge Renard Derensburg, and I, Judge Clint Smith, appreciate the Commission's commitment to strengthening our criminal and juvenile justice system through collaboration, transparency, and shared accountability. Orleans Parish Juvenile Court serves some of our community's most vulnerable children and families. Our work extends beyond simply adjudicating cases. It includes protecting the public, ensuring due process, supporting victims, promoting rehabilitation, and connecting youth and families with services that reduce recidivism and improves long-term outcomes. No single agency can overcome these challenges individually. Achieving meaningful progress relies on a robust collaboration among the judiciary, law enforcement, prosecutors, defense attorneys, service providers, school and local governments, and you. We are grateful for the opportunity to work alongside each of you toward our common goal of building a safer, healthier, and more equitable community for the children and families of New Orleans. Today, we look forward to sharing updates on the court, discussing both our successes and ongoing challenges, and identifying opportunities where continued collaboration and strategic investments can strengthen the juvenile system for everyone we serve. Judge Anderson will now present our vision and mission statements, along with our current budget and staffing.
Good morning. Thank you again. The judges of Orleans Parish Juvenile Court believe that through a unified voice and collaboration, the New Orleans juvenile justice system can be a leader in administering fair and equal justice, provide individualized, comprehensive, and effective programs for delinquent and neglected youth, and ensure accountability that builds safe, resilient families and communities. Our mission is to provide a court of excellence for children, youth, and families by enforcing the Louisiana Children's Code. Our current budget and staffing. The court's 2025 operating budget was reduced to the city's funding shortfall, resulting in a reduction of 8 critical positions and a reduction in several programs. The approved budget for this year has been affected due to the city's hiring freeze, resulting in an additional 4 vacancies, which also account for critical positions at Orleans Parish Juvenile Court. These positions include case managers, data analysts, human resources, vacant since the start of the fiscal year. The other 2 positions are vacant due to resignations this year that we were unable to fill. We are also going to highlight juvenile arrest records for 2024, 2025, and year-to-date through June 2026. Our data demonstrates that chronic truancy remains one of the most significant factors contributing to juvenile arrests in the city of New Orleans. Although overall juvenile arrests have declined during the past 3 years, arrests occurring during school hours now account for approximately 20% of all juvenile arrests. This trend highlights an important public safety concern. While fewer youth are entering the juvenile justice system overall, a growing proportion of those who do are disengaged from school during the instructional day. Recognizing that school attendance is both an educational issue and a public safety priority, the Orleans Parish Juvenile Court has developed a collaborative, data-driven strategy to address chronic absenteeism before it escalates into delinquent behavior. Working in partnership with the Louisiana Department of Education's Power of Presence Initiative, the Orleans Parish School Board, the Louisiana Supreme Court, and the New Orleans District Attorney's Office, Incredible Messenger, and other organizations, and numerous community partners, we are building a coordinated response that addresses the underlying causes of truancy. We're also expanding our collaboration with the City of New Orleans Department of Health to recognize chronic absenteeism as both a public health and public safety concern requiring early intervention. At the center of this effort is the Student Engagement and Attendance Team, SEAT. The SEAT program is a proactive public safety intervention rather than simply an educational initiative. Its purpose is to identify youth at the greatest risk of chronic absenteeism and intervene before truancy progresses to delinquent behavior or deeper involvement in the juvenile justice system. Additionally, Orleans Parish Juvenile Court currently has 35 outstanding signed and unexecuted warrants for juvenile arrest, which represent the largest number of open item cases in the Orleans Parish Juvenile Court. We believe that continued collaboration and targeted intervention will continue to result in public safety and increased confidence in the juvenile justice system. Okay, all right, okay. Also, we are addressing Expungement Day. So Orleans Parish Juvenile Court is hosting what we call an Expungement Day, which will be on August 1st of 2026. This Expungement Day is in collaboration with Louisiana Center for Children's Rights, the District Attorney's Office, as well as community partners. Expungements play a critical role in the juvenile justice system by allowing eligible youth to move forward without long-term consequences of a juvenile record. Ensuring that eligible youth and their families understand the expungement process can reduce recidivism, improve long-term outcomes, and strengthen public safety by supporting successful rehabilitation and reducing barriers to opportunities. Expungements provide an incentive for juveniles to successfully complete court-ordered requirements, remain law-abiding, and demonstrate rehabilitation. Promoting awareness of juvenile expungement eligibility is an important component of community outreach and juvenile justice reform. We are planning this event to take place alongside with our Juvenile Justice Awareness Back to School Bash. OPJC will host a Juvenile Justice Back to School Bash on August 1st of 2026. It is open to all families in the community. The court, in conjunction with community partners, will be sponsoring the Health, Hoops, and Hope Back to School Bash from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at 1100 Milton Street. This event is aimed to ensure that youth have access to essential school supplies and access to community resources to begin the school year prepared for success. From a juvenile crime prevention perspective, back-to-school events foster positive engagement between families and community organizations. Building these relationships create opportunities to connect youth and their families with community partners, recreational activities, and other supportive services. Additionally, providing school supplies and community support can ease financial burdens on many of our families and allow youth to begin the school year with the tools that they need to succeed. Investing in youth through back-to-school events demonstrates a commitment to prevention by encouraging educational success and reducing risk factors associated with juvenile delinquency. Orleans Parish Juvenile Court also hosts an initiative in which we provide prom dresses for young ladies that are seeking an opportunity to attend their dances. So we have also worked with community partners to begin that process because we know it's never too early to start preparing for the school dance. We also have OPJC's Closet, which is another initiative that was started by Orleans Parish Juvenile Court, which collects slightly used and slightly worn clothing, as well as tennis shoes and other items, dress clothing, so that children can have an opportunity to have clothing that helps them represent who they are when they are coming to court, no matter what their financial burden might be. Our next set of slides will also address our staff vacancies. The court understands that the city's budget reduction has made it necessary for temporary vacancies. However, prolonged understanding will continue to place additional demands on existing personnel. Increased workloads in the long term can reduce the court's ability to meet operational objectives. As you can see, our judicial administrator is not here today because she also has to wear several hats. Our staff and our security gate. The security gate was initially of service beginning December of 2025. That has become an ongoing issue with the court of our ability not to have security. In the last few months, the gate has been restored to operate but continues to malfunction. Providing secure parking for the judges and court staff is an important component of workplace safety and the overall security of court operations. We appreciate the work that has been done to date, but we'll appreciate a permanent solution to this ongoing problem. That would conclude the presentation of Orleans Parish Juvenile Court, and we are here for any additional questions, concerns, or community comments. Thank you very much. I would also just like to add just one part. That's okay. We'll leave that for September. Thank you.
Councilmember Harris, followed by Councilmember Green.
Who are you working with on the staff security gate issue? Property management? Sorry,
Yes.
I have a cold.
Okay, and they have been helpful, but unfortunately, I think it's one error after another. I just think we probably need a new gate. We've done the battery, and then we had the last, it's just always something with the gate. So it's more non-operational, but they have been there. They have worked on it. I think they keep trying to fix pieces and parts of it. So they have worked with us.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have for y'all. Thank you.
Councilmember Green.
Can you discuss challenges created by this last legislative session?
Where should we begin? Well, I believe that at this point, we're still really waiting to see the outcome of some of the effect of the last legislative session. I think that you can see from the numbers that are provided how important it is to have juvenile court judges that are able to do this work. I think we are very aware of some of the decrease of crime in our community, especially as it relates to some of the juveniles, and we believe wholeheartedly that's based on the work that we're doing at the court. I think that we see a lot of kids that, fortunately, we don't have the opportunity to see again because our one-and-done method really does work. But I think it's very important that when we do have that method, that it's important that they have an opportunity to come in front of a judge. Currently, right now, as you all are aware, we all have court dockets where, while we're not there, we're still working with partners that are working with diversion and working with other opportunities for our children to move quickly through this system. But if there's not a judge, then that could clog those opportunities up. And so a lot of our kids, as you know, Orleans Parish Juvenile Court children have certain timelines in which they have to be seen by a judge. Those timelines, while some of them have been changed by some of the legislation, there are some longer periods of where you have the opportunity to petition a matter. You have some additional time that has been created through legislation in which you have to file a crime of violence. But even with those time delays or those time changes, it's still very important that children's rights are preserved and they have an opportunity to come in front of a judge. So we're waiting to see what those challenges will prove or how we will handle those, but we are certainly committed to doing the job that we were elected to do. And we think it's very important that we're able to do it with the judges that are a part of Orleans Parish Juvenile Court.
Okay. I hope that we can get more of the young persons to participate in the education. I mean, it's a good program. Travis Hill, I went to the recent graduation. I just want to encourage someone who may have a loved one or family or friend who is incarcerated to just take advantage of that opportunity. I mean,
well, the good thing is with the kids over at, and I think that Ms. Williams will be here on behalf of JJIC, but that those children are mandated to attend school. So we've never had an issue with any of the children who are detained at JJIC to attend Travis Hill. But I will say that Travis Hill has worked very diligently with us to make certain that once those kids are released, they do have the opportunity to continue their education, providing the necessary school records, making sure that you're assisting the family with having those kids enrolled in a different educational setting once they are released. So I think a lot of collaboration goes together so that we make certain that our children remain engaged in the educational system.
yeah,
Let me, I want to share with you that one of the issues that we brought up today, and thank you all for having us here today to bring some of the issues around the youth and what's going on in the community. I think that one of the things is talking about recent legislation, House Bill 1, that requires that we report crimes of violence daily in the record. And what that data reveals to us now is that in juvenile court, crime is down, and that crimes of violence represent less than 10% of the cases that are currently being handled in juvenile court. One of the things that we are most proud of and most supportive of is the idea of working around truancy. We see that when kids become arrested, those kids are arrested and we find that they haven't been attending school. We have been working very diligently, as Judge Anderson read, with the Supreme Court and other entities to make truancy a primary issue for us in the community, knowing that if children are engaged in structured activities, that they're less likely to become involved in the juvenile justice system. One of the things we talk about is how we travel to other places and how those experiences feed what we do here in New Orleans. And one of the things I did was to travel to to the Council of Juvenile and Family Court Judges, where we learned that distributing information about truancy is most important. In Kansas City, Missouri, we don't make up ideas. We try to go out and find ideas that people are doing that work. So then in Kansas City, Missouri, they issue a brochure to the schools and to the families and to get people to understand that education is compulsory and that we must do it. So what we did in the court is we created a brochure here in New Orleans that we will be distributing to schools through schools, and I've shared with the council members and the committee members several of these that we'll be sharing with the community just to show that truancy is important, going to school is important, and we do believe that if we reduce the number of arrests that are coming up on 20% of the total number of arrests in our court, if we reduce the number of arrests that occur during school hours, we'll not only increase public safety, but we'll increase the public's perception of what's going on during the day with students. So our goal is to get students in school and prevent them from further escalation into the juvenile justice system.
So what did you see on your travel?
What I saw on my travel was a brochure that they use in Kansas City, Missouri to inform the community, the community and the parents of it. We've included one, but ours is a little further advanced. It connects you to the FINS program, and on the back of it, there's a QR code where anyone can report truancy. Teachers can report truancy and report it directly to the court so that we can begin the process immediately when students are in school to prevent them from getting into trouble, really. So that this is an idea that has worked, and we believe that we have brought it here to New Orleans to try to see how we can get more students in school and even fewer students arrested during the time when they're supposed to be in school.
So what do they do in Kansas City when they found somebody to be?
They bring them to they bring them to a truancy center. Our brochure directs the families to the Families in Need of Services program, which is the program sponsored by the Supreme Court that handles truancy in the city and other status offenses and 10 other status offenses. One of the things we know is that truancy is a symptom of a problem. When they go into the FINS program, they're able to find out whether there are other problems and other status offenses that may warrant addressing those issues that may be some sort of the cause of why they are not going to school.
I'm trying to get at what is the difference in Kansas City that you saw that makes it better than what we're doing here?
The difference in Kansas City is more students are going to school and they're getting higher reports. Our reporting on truancy, I don't know if you know, but our reporting on truancy in New Orleans is more difficult because we don't have a unified system. So we rely on individual schools to determine whether children are going to school, and individual charter schools reporting their absences to the Board of Education. So it's very important that we at the court have to go to individual schools. That is what our SEAT program, the Student Engagement and Attendance Team, has begun to do, is go to individual schools. We've begun with that pilot in Plessy School and the First Line schools. And in instituting that program, we've seen 111 students, and we have seen a 62% increase. These are initial results beginning in January, but we believe that engaging the most egregious cases and working directly with the schools and reducing barriers will increase the number of children that are going to school and thus decrease the number of kids that are getting arrested.
Are you suggesting a centralized New Orleans public school system approach to truancy? For example, yes, there are over 100 schools. Well, no, then elementary schools is not going to be that problem, but maybe it is, to tell you the truth. Are you suggesting a more centralized way of communicating with juvenile court?
That certainly would be helpful, yes. But prior to the charter schools, juvenile court had a representative from the school system in the court who advised us daily, who we could go to daily to get attendance records. That position no longer exists.
So you only find out if this particular school...
We only find out, at this point, we only find out when we investigate when youth are arrested, and we find out and get their school records, yes.
Okay, it sounds like a good idea. Which is
it is a good idea. That would be a good idea.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Green, to all our judges. Thank y'all for being here today and the work that you all do. I want to say it again, you all weren't here when I first mentioned it, but in 2021, 2022, when crime was at a very high in the city, especially our juvenile crime, we had a lot of naysayers and a lot of people pointing fingers and passing the blame, but collectively we work together. Crime has come down. Our juvenile crime has come down significantly. Our juvenile carjacking has come down. I know the 5th District had a high case of juvenile carjacking. So working together, we're all going in the right direction as a city, but not where we want to be yet, but we're light years away from where we were a few short years ago. So thank you, juvenile judges. You all have a tough task a lot of folks don't realize because you're very different from criminal court. You have a lot of different factors that criminal court doesn't have to compete with, and you do it with grace and with dignity. So we appreciate your time and your efforts.
And Councilman King and Councilman Green, we want to personally thank you for your personal involvement and mentoring with the young man. We have seen you there. We know that you go there often without fanfare, without public notice, and we really appreciate it, and it absolutely makes a difference. So we personally thank you and for continuing to work with us.
You're welcome, and thank you for that acknowledgement.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any public comments for this item? Any online comments? All right, hearing none, we're going to move. That's the DA's office.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Have a great afternoon.
The DA's office is not here yet.
LPD.
The DA's office is here?
No.
Okay. Okay, we're going to move on to NOPD. Whenever y'all are ready, introduce yourself, and the floor is yours.
I think they're waiting to queue it up.
I have not seen it in front of them. Can you get their copies?
All right, here we go. All right, good morning. Sorry for the delay as we're trying to get our PowerPoint up. Really, our department overview really is just going to consist of a few items, and we feel that the council probably needs to know about. So, one, it'll start with our French Quarter Security and Department of Public Works update, the transfer of the parking enforcement and towing enforcement folks to NOPD. Our crime stats presently year-to-date for 2026, our violent crime reduction update, our traffic enforcement and parking operations, recruiting efforts, our current strength and separations, and our infrastructures for both headquarters and other buildings, and overtime for 2026. Next. So we'll start with the French Quarter Security update. Nothing new other than the fact that, the last paragraph will tell you Deputy Harrison is working with DPW engineers to establish guidelines for installation of barrier and next step procurement process. We're really just waiting on that to see if we can get that figured out at last. So it's still been on our targets for a while now. We'll go into the DPW transition update. Right now we have 59 parking and towing employees from DPW to NOPD. We have 11 tow vehicles with 7 drivers hired. So really, ground transportation is not under us, and I understand that that's under review. We can move to our crime stats. From 23, we have a updated from 2023 to 2026 is when our initial reduction in crime began. Obviously, if you can see where we started out and where we are right now, and we could talk about murders, we're down almost 21% since that time. A year to date right now, and as you keep seeing these declines, it's really speaks for itself, and it's pretty much everything we put in place since 2023 and continues to this date. The next slide is very similar to the previous slide, so it really is nothing different with that, unless you have any questions about that, and I'll reserve for that. And really, homicide is really the main issues we want to talk about, and what it is we've done with that. Our clearance rates for homicides are really what's driving this reduction down for murders. Our detectives have a really high clearance rate. Right now, as it stood last week, was on 105% clearance rate. It's as high as you can get, or actually higher than most departments can even dream about. But this is the work of our detectives, work of our meetings, and the work of our district. So this is really important for us.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Chairman?
Yes.
I pressed the button, but I just wanted to say something. Could you also talk, Chief, about the role of the public in terms of their willingness to share information, their willingness to call 311, the willingness to meet with officers to share information with them?
Right. And I would be remiss if I didn't, involve the public's communication and cooperation in this, because, we start out with a homicide, we send the detectives and officers over. It's the people that are willing to cooperate with those officers who knew what the victim was going through, if they had any problems with anyone, if they could give us some information to help us follow up, if they saw anything, whether it was a vehicle, whether it's somebody to recognize, and where they fled is important. It allows us to actually hopefully find, video and then kind of take it from there. We'll follow, if we know of a vehicle, we'll follow it all the way to where we can as far as we can. So those things are important, and that cooperation has really led to our successes. So I appreciate you bringing that up.
You follow vehicles using license plate reading technology.
LPRs, videos.
Which we didn't have.
No, we didn't have that kind of technology prior to this.
Thank you for using it. All right.
All right. Yeah, calls for service, as you can see, it's, to me, it's a continual work. Our code 2s really are answered fairly quickly. I still want to see an improvement in our code 1s, especially with certain districts, but we're working that out by hopefully providing more manpower to those districts as the next academy class clears our field training office training. So we're really looking to do that. And there'll be some districts really going to take, we're going to take advantage of our large number of people coming out of FTO this time and really staff some districts appropriately that need it.
Hans, I just want to jump in here real quick. This is great. I think that the reduction in violent crime is remarkable, especially year over year over year, and it speaks to collaboration across all departments. Daniel Shanks, I know, has been instrumental in the data collection and analyzing data. I know my office and the other council members' office have done walkthroughs in areas that are seeing high crime, and I think that's contributing to the reduction. I do have a question about the reporting that happened. Violent crime is down, but sexual assault and the solve rate on sexual assault is still not where it needs to be. Can you shed any light on that and what we need to do to make sure that we're clearing those cases up quicker?
I think some of the issues with that is actually that sometimes these things come in later than they need to be sooner, so that reporting is important. I think the investigations need to be, very thorough, so that takes time. We also would like to see some more DNA, and I can have Dr. Kelly speak about that. That's always really important, and of course, staffing that DNA lab is really going to be important to us, and accreditation, obviously. And I can either have her talk about it now, or we can talk about it later. It's up to you.
We can talk about it now since it's on the table.
Yeah, go ahead, Doc.
Yeah, so I think currently, can you hear me? Sorry. Good morning. Thank you so much for having me speak today. Yeah, Councilwoman Leslie Harris has consistently made it a priority to make sure that our cases have been processed in an efficient manner at the Louisiana State Police Crime Lab, and I do believe that those numbers are low if there's any backlog at all now at the state. So as far as DNA is concerned, she has ensured that the DNA is being processed as efficiently as possible. So our job here in New Orleans is to bring that here in New Orleans so that it doesn't have to be outsourced. And so some of the things that we are prioritizing right now is our validation process. We are currently testing all of the equipment, and we're making sure that it works before we can put it into casework. But there are some things that we are going to need, which I do believe is in the PowerPoint, but one of them is the renovation of the floor that the DNA processing is going to take place on. I believe that the next step is for the City Planning Commission to come and vet the floor. They're coming on the 7th of July to look at the space, and I'll be there to give them a tour. And then we also need to have the CODIS positions exemption requests approved, as far as I believe. And those are the two biggest critical things that we need in order to keep going. The HVAC is a huge need to fix that prior to us finishing our validations. And basically what that means is right now we have air blowing into the lab and it needs to be sucked out of the lab. So we have identified DNA coming in through the vents, and we can't have, that in a lab that we're trying to build. That's the updates I have for now, but please let me know if you have any questions.
All right, we'll continue. One of the reductions, one of the reasons we have such good reductions, also we instituted our violent crime meeting, which is called our GRIP meeting. Every week we have it with all the districts, federal partners, DA, and local partners, and it's very important that information gets out to everyone, and that's where we really get our most information disseminated, and actually really everybody has a part in this. So that is a very in-depth meeting. what we're looking for, anything we might be working, so that we're all on the same page and we're all rolling in the same direction. We also have obviously have worked with Daniel Shanks now in his new position. We do also work out quality of life issues in the quarter, and also in the DDD. As a matter of fact, Friday, I believe, or Thursday, I believe we had a walkthrough. I think it was Friday, I'm sorry. We had a walkthrough about certain issues that in the 8th District and the DDD. And we had all departments there, and it's part of the mayor's, priority is to make sure all departments are working, not just the NOPD, at these quality of life issues. So we hope to see some really big improvements on that. And if you have any questions on that, I have Captain Palumbo of the 8th District here as well to discuss a little bit of that if needed.
Sure. Thank you for being here.
Good morning.
Can you tell me what the update is? I know that was like the 200 block of Carondelet that the walkthrough happened.
Yes, ma'am. The focus is really Canal Street and the 100 blocks, particularly starting with Carondelet Street. So the walk that we did, we started at Common and Carondelet right outside of the Brothers, and we walked up to Canal, around to Barone, then crossed over and did a few of the 100 blocks. One of the things that I talk about all the time downtown is how big of an issue parking is. Many of our issues start with parking. If people can't illegally park their car, they can't illegal vend, they can't have a place to store their narcotics, store their firearms. So one of the things that we were doing as we did that walk was looking at the signs. So we're coming up to see what DPW, where we need to add signs so that that enforcement can take place.
Thank you. Look, this is a reason why it was so important for me and former council member Joe Russo to get parking under NOPD, is because we can actually do some really good enforcement that is not only just, oh, you're parking on the neutral ground illegally, but it really is, it goes to helping to solve major crime issues. So I just want to thank you all for taking on that task of parking enforcement. I know, Buddy, it's been fun, and it will continue. But I do want people to know that it wasn't just to harass residents. It literally goes into solving and preventing major crimes from happening. So thank you.
All right. One of the initiatives we did do, actually, I think, brought about by Daniel Shanks, our federal partners, and NOPD, is this 6th District surge we recently had, and probably, warm and dear to your heart, Councilwoman, but it actually was in the 6th District. It was specifically targeted for that location, and you see the results there. Really did a bang-up job there, and they really were effective in that operation. We talk about collaboration, and not just NOPD. We also had the HIDTA task force also seize and do a search warrant on Fats Car Wash, which was a location in the 1st, which had to do with, narcotic sales, really working that under a car wash, hiding under the car wash, and also, but we're able to really effectively deal with that. And then, it actually was near St. Augustine High School, so that would have been the 5th District. I'm sorry I said 1st. But other than that, it involved LSP, us, FBI, field office, and a National Guard. So it was a well-run operation and really yielded good results. If you look to the next page, we also did Operation Summer Storm. Consists of 8 working days, and you see the results of those as well. So that collaboration is really paying off for us, and we're taking full advantage of it. And as we talked about traffic and enforcement, I'll let Captain Mishu talk about it, and hopefully can keep it under 30 minutes. Go ahead.
So what we're doing is we're actively putting more enforcement officers out there in targeted areas. The emails I get from the council, some of the areas that we feel is presenting a major problem for the quality of life as well, like drag racing, burnouts. We did an operation. It benefited great results, and that was with our state and local partners. They did a bang-up job. Several arrests were made, several cars seized, and numerous citations issued. Just recently, we did a saturation patrol in the 6th and the 2nd District uptown on Claiborne. Netted great results. We had several DWI arrests and also numerous citations and other warrants that were held. Like we had fugitives that were arrested just in a basic traffic stop that wouldn't have been basically done had we not gotten everybody out in that area, in that zone, in that structure. So our main goals, and we're seeing dividends, we increased our traffic and municipal arrests by 317%. We've written 52% increase in citations. We're at 16,354 compared to 10,695. And of course, our tow wagons and our parking enforcers are doing a great job since I've seen taken over June 1st. Again, we've collected over 83,000, 84,000 in fines. We're trying to do a hiring situation to get more parking enforcers out there as well as tow operators. So it's a collaborated effort, like the chief said, and it wouldn't happen if it wasn't for the opportunities that the executive team gives us and frees us up to do those. So we're constantly hitting these citizen complaints that we get from you all, and as well as the community, and we'll continue to do that through directed enforcement.
I have a question, Captain Michoud. Am I reading this correctly? Since May 31st, there have been almost 6,000 moving violations. Is that correct?
I can't hear you, sir.
Since May 1st, there's been almost 6,000 moving violations written by NOPD.
Tow drive. I'm sorry, I can't hear the.
6,000 moving violations. I see total citations issued.
Yes, so if you look at the moving violations, we have 16,354 year-to-date compared to 10,695. We had over, same thing goes for stops, vehicle stops. Vehicle stops are up. If you look at our vehicle stops, we've stopped over 3,300 violations compared to 2008. So we got a 65% increase there. So we're actively engaging in those areas.
I'm sorry, I was a couple pages ahead of you, a couple slides ahead of you. Right there, 531 to 620, it says 5,828 total citations.
Okay, so that's parking. Yes, sir.
Parking.
Yes, I was thinking you were talking about the enforcement side. The parking enforcement side with the towing, yes, sir. We've written 5,828. That's a collaborated effort that I got with Captain Palumbo, where we took some of his district offices, quality life offices, we got them the Duncan controls and the printers, and they're out there engaged in the 8th district as well. I then also saturated the 8th district due to the fact of the quality life incentive that we're trying to put forth in those areas and combat bad driving habits in the 8th district, and so that has seen an increase as well. So just the citations, right, 5,828. Collections through booting and towing went to 83,000, almost 84,000. And of course, you see our tows at the bottom of the page in that bracket. We've been towing a lot of cars. And these, like, only have 7 operators right now. We're looking to hire both those, and we'll see an increase in both of those statistics.
Thank you.
Okay. As you can see, the result of all this, actually, this enforcement, the traffic crashes we've had, since as of June 20th, you can see what the reduction in accidents are. So went from 10,089 last year to 9,300 presently for June. So, it really has an effect, and that's really helpful to have that enforcement, and people are aware that we're doing that. So it is really helpful for accidents and fatalities and that kind of thing. And I'll skip to the next slide because we just talked about it, parking and towing. So obviously, we've increased that, and since under us, we are able to control where they go and when they are able to really be effective for us, especially during special events.
Just quickly, I want to commend you on collecting $83,000 in parking fines. I think that's remarkable, and we need to keep up the good work as we continue to try to whittle down our budget issues. So thank you for that. The collection part is the important one. I'm wondering what the collection versus not collected is. So maybe we can get that from the comptroller at some point.
I think we can provide that. Let's move on to our recruitment efforts. This year, we've had 773 applications, which is increase, actually, we had 1,770 for this year versus 997 from last year. So that's a significant increase from the previous year. One of the things we'd like to see is, in the next page, if you look at it, we'd like to see a little bit quicker background investigations, but a lot of that has to do with our psychological and medical, and that takes a while. We've been trying to push that along with those professionals that do that, but we'd like to see a little bit more out of it, and we've been kind of pushing that. So far this year, we have 44 hired versus 32 last year. As I said, we have quite a significant number in the queue. Go to the next page, we'll see our classes. We've been steadily between 25 to 30 some odd recruits. Right now, for the coming class, in class 209 coming up, we have 10 hired, 6 scheduled onboarding, and 18 in psychs, 33 in background. So that's where we really need to make that improvement on psychs and in background checks, and we're still working with that. Our staffing levels right now, we're presently above 900, not very much over. We hope to see about 9, a little bit closer to 930, 940 at the next class, but we'll be watching that, and that's really what we're trying to do. Our civilian stat remains at 361, and our separations are lower than they've been in the previous years, obviously. I think I remember somewhere about 100 officers, but we're about 47 right now. We move on to our facilities, which is one of our biggest priorities to fix. Obviously, our central evidence and property building, I'm sure you've heard the superintendent numerous times talk about that building. No need to go over it. We have some needs in our academy. The AC alone is very expensive. That's why we are trying to move to the facility at MLK School, and it's being vetted right now by DPW. We also hope to have a police, fire, EMS academy out there, and hopefully some regionalization in that particular school. It's certainly large enough, and DPW is presently looking at us to see how feasible this is. Obviously, our own headquarters right now, the main thing for us is AC unit. They turn it off at 6 p.m., which is real difficult for us to operate on a 24-hour basis and have the AC shut off at 6 p. But we're working on that with them and see what we can do to get that done. Yeah, on the weekend, certainly there's no AC either, so we're working around that. We're trying to get those issues settled. And you'll see various districts have issues with AC, so in this heat, it's really something we take seriously for our folks and hopefully get those things rectified. With that said, really, we're open up to some questions if you have any more.
Councilman Harris, Green, any questions?
Yeah, I just want to go back to this last slide. I mean, the 6th district is out again?
Yes,
Yes?
Yes, it is.
it is.
I mean, this has been like 4, going on 5 years of the 6th district having no AC.
We're working with DPM. It's parts problems for the AC again. Half of the building is has AC and the other half doesn't.
Okay, and I'll get with Trey also to see if we can press this. The 2nd district, the AC is installed improperly. What is happening?
That again is DPM, and that is the information that I received from the chief engineer stating that it was installed improperly.
Okay, so this is one of those. Go ahead.
It's a new building.
I know,
Yeah.
and this is one of those things where we need to make sure that we are doing checks when we have new buildings built, that people are installing things properly, and that we're going back to the installers to try to recoup the money. $17,000 for repair for an AC that was installed improperly. That shouldn't be something that the city eats. That should be whoever installed the AC improperly. And it just continues. I mean, you guys hear me all the time about the AC, and it's always in the summertime, and we have our poor police officers, as we're trying to recruit new officers, sitting in the heat in their offices, unable to be in their offices, So this is not just a quality of life issues for our current NOPD officers who work so diligently, but it's a quality of life issue for recruitment and for our civilians who work in these offices as well. So look, I'll get with Trey to see what we can do about this, but I need our law department to take a look at some of these issues.
Okay, we appreciate any help that you could give us to rectify.
Thank you.
One of the things I didn't talk about also, and just go ahead and talk about it, is obviously Dr. Kelly talked about the lab hire requests that we have and, what we're looking to get, but also our overtime, usage this year. So we're really on schedule to really hit our budget overtime and stay within it. But right now what we're looking is really where we are monthly. And, right now we're averaging that amount between 360, 450, around there. So that's really important. But we do have several events coming up, obviously. And our overtime is scrutinized very carefully, and not only by us, but also the city and also the LLA. So we're really making an effort. And if we need to really adjust, we will. But with the events coming up, we anticipate, a little bit more usage. But that's really all we have.
Councilman Green?
It's difficult to point out a particular district with a lot of the good work going on right now, but I do want to take an opportunity to commend the work that's being done recently in the 5th District. A few years ago, at this time of the year, there were 30-plus murders in that district. And it's still terrible to say that we have murders going on, but we have 4 murders that have taken place in the 5th District this year. You can't ignore the fact that a lot of it has to do with this reduction has to do with the good investigative work that's being done and the cooperation of our residents and our citizens sharing information. In the 5th District alone, recently we've taken down a crack creation facility, which was a car wash across from where students were participating in recreational activities. They took down in the 7th Ward a home where drug distribution and guns had become the norm, and people were calling our office all the time. We know about the 5 arrests based on a murder that was the result of someone fighting over ounces of marijuana or something like that. We also had carjackings that were solved recently by arrest of 4 individuals, including 2 juveniles. One person who was arrested the next day who committed a carjacking in the 5th District and then wound up on Japonica Street. So I just want to say that those arrests make a big difference, and it's hard to point out a particular district, but I can be redundant on that one. The 5th District, I want to commend them because I attend those meetings. I talk to the people in the 9th Ward. I talk to the people in the Desire community and the 7th Ward community. They're feeling better than they did years ago, and a lot of it is because of the investigative work that's being done. So I want to thank you all for the work that you're doing that's making our citizens safer, because we can't deny that our city is a much safer city than it was in 2022 and 2023. And that's the result of a combined effort, but we cannot hide the fact that arrest, and I wish that no one would get arrested because they would not commit crimes, but arrests have made a big difference in making citizens feel comfortable. In the 9th Ward, there was a time when people would not have Bible study because they would have to leave their Bible studies and hear of gunshots and their car windows broken and the like. A lot has changed. We're moving in the right direction. And to all members of the law enforcement community, everyone who has something to do with it, we've all played a role. But I want to recognize a district that I see often, and a community that has been neglected that's feeling a lot better, the 9th Ward especially. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Green. I do want to second those comments as far as crime reduction, looking at the numbers you provided. Year to date, there are 16 homicides, and we're not going to do a victory lap. 16 is 16 too many. But if you multiply that by 4, for the remaining 3 quarters, we look like we may be under 70 homicides for the year. Knock on wood, of course. Again, no victory lap, but that is a significant decrease from what we were a few short years ago, and that goes to the hard work of NOPDN and other criminal justice partners. Just want to emphasize the traffic enforcement. Was mentioned earlier, a couple spots, hot spots are always St. Claude and De Gaulle, east and westbound. I've seen an increase in traffic enforcement there, and it's been appreciated. People appreciate it, especially on the West Bank. You have a lot of folks coming and going from Belle Chase that think De Gaulle is a freeway, not a freeway, thinks it's a racetrack. So we appreciate you all letting our out-of-parish visitors understand, just like they want us to respect their roads and highways, we expect them the same on the West Bank. I want to ask about a recent incident. You can speak about it. The shooting that happened Saturday that shut down the Crescent City connection for a couple hours. Any details you can give about that?
No, we did have someone shot in the vehicle. Unfortunately, that vehicle we're looking for has still not been found, but we anticipate finding that fairly quickly. Right now, the person who was shot is still alive, and obviously the problem is with that one, and it was, unfortunately there was a child in the car, but the child was unharmed. But we are seriously investigating that one, and once we find out who they are, they'll be put on our priority list to be arrested.
All right, thank you for that information. We do have, Mr. Neal, do we have any online comments? Okay, we do have 2 public comment cards. First one from Mr. Belden Baptiste, and the second from Ms. Scott.
Good morning, Council. How y'all doing? First of all, I want to give this gentleman, I don't know if I'm going to say your name wrong, Captain Mitchell. Let me tell you, this gentleman did world-class service for Jerome Smith. So I want to accommodate this man, first of all, because, he did world-class. When I'm saying world-class, I like the way he run his division, and he really into the culture. So I want to shout you out. I appreciate that, the bottom of my heart. Second of all, I want to shout Freddie King out. Freddie, man, you've been doing some great work. In the community, on the ground, Jeff cut your community, but you still working through it. So I just want you to know that from the bottom of my heart, I appreciate what you're doing. Leslie Harris, I appreciate the world class. Freddie, you getting world class, but Leslie, I appreciate the world class stuff that you doing with the homeless. How you and Allison reach out to the young ladies, reach out to everybody. I appreciate that. D.A. Jason Williams, I appreciate you and No Dice. Y'all doing an A1 job because they're cleaning the communities and everything. So I want to run through my little thing real fast. I'm here, Freddie, I got 48 seconds. I did the congratulations, so I might need 2 more minutes. But I'm here to deal today. I'm here to talk about the NOPD. We talk, not you, Mr. Mitchell, because I need that world class. But we talk about transparency and accountability. Here, we got an officer by the name of David Barnes. Now, we got rid of one officer that was black, was named Anthony Bakewell for sexual assault. But my question is, Leslie, because I know you're serious about this, why is David Barnes not being dealt with for sexual assault? This man got 3 charges on him. The NO officers call him the booty tickler, and I ain't trying to be funny. But at the end of the day, they're not doing him nothing because he's white. Anthony Bakewell is black. So you're making it look like it's a racial issue. And all I'm asking for is for them to do that. Now we got Officer Quinn Lowe. This officer in lost our gun 2 times, you know what I'm saying? And I'm concerned because those guns, 2 guns, we talk about gun violence, we talk about murder, but they're not right to Quinn Lowe enough. And I'm about to finish this.
Thank you. You can wrap up, Mr. Baptiste.
I'm calling on the council to deal with PIB. You dealt with it, Leslie. Sexual assault. They ain't doing nothing. Keith Sanchez needs to be fired because they ain't taking this serious, and I'm finished.
Thank you, Mr. Baptiste. Thank you. Good. Appreciate it. Next, Ms. Shanta Scott, followed by Marr, last name Marr, and then Tony Jones.
Good morning. My name is Shantae Scott. I am the mother of Jace Lee Scott, who was killed on November 24, 2019. I stand before the New Orleans Police Department asking answers that my family has been waiting years to receive. Why was my son publicly identified on NOPD's website and in the news as a suspect in a violent crime nearly 2 months after he had already been murdered? Why wasn't my family given a public apology? Why was the correction quietly sent to media outlets instead of publicly clearing my son's name? Why were Andrew Gant's mother, Deonka Johnson, and his uncle, Willie Gant Jr., not questioned after Andrew returned home following the shooting? According to investigations, Andrew Gant went home, took a shower, and was in contact with family members before turning himself in. Was that fully investigated? Why was NOPD Officer Victor Gant Jr., the suspect's father, permitted to transport evidence involving his own son? Why was his son's phone reportedly left behind while other items were collected? Was this inconsistent with NOPD policy and evidence handling procedures? During Officer Victor Gant Jr. interview, he stated that he called the 3rd District and Sergeant Rob Barre asked him whether his son was involved in a shooting. If he already knew his son had been involved in a fatal incident, why wasn't that statement examined more closely? Why wasn't this treated with the seriousness it deserves? These are not accusations. These are questions that deserve transparent answers. Accountability builds public trust, and every family deserves confidence that a homicide investigation was conducted fairly without conflicts of interest and according to policy. I also asked the NOPD Homicide Department to release the videos I have been asking for in my public record request, not play CDs. If it was an accident, why not prove it to me and show me it was an accident? Why seal files for my son Casey who was not a minor?
Thank you, Ms. Scott.
Justice for Jace.
Justice for Jace.
We have
Hello, my name is Antonia Marr. I am standing here in solidarity with Sister Shantae Scott. The mic didn't pick it up, but for the record, she did ask that the videos related to her son's murder be released and that the records be unsealed. She has been very dutiful in following up on the details of her case. And she's had to live without her son for 7 long years. He was murdered the night before Thanksgiving. I think everyone here can sympathize with the fact that on the holidays you want to be with your family. Jace Lee Scott was her only son, and she deserves a fair and just investigation. We talked about in this NOPD report that the crime rate in the city is down, and that is a good thing. No thanks to our president or the agenda of Jeff Landry, who would be happy to squeeze every nickel and dime out of the city and wouldn't bat an eye if every black family was out on the street. But that being said, we need our city council solidarity in getting justice. Crime is down on the street, but how are we dealing with criminal activity and corruption in the NOPD? This is a serious issue. And Shantae Scott is here today, but for her, there's so many more mothers that didn't have the courage or didn't have the support to get up and talk to city council, to get up and fight for their case. So I respect that, you know, this meeting is part of our democratic process, and our public comment. We have demands that we're putting on, you know, the NOPD and City Council in Moreno, but they're simple. We want Victor Gant Jr. to be investigated for his role in investigating his own son's criminal activity, the murder of Jace Lee Scott. We want him to be fired for any breaking of policy and wrongdoing. And we want democratic civilian oversight over the police department, because we do not have that. Since the federal consent decree has ended, we just have to rely on the PIB, which is the police policing the police. They're all friends. How are we supposed to trust whenever they send back a paper and say, oh, we didn't find any wrongdoing? There's no backup for that from the civilian side. Justice for Jace. Thank you.
Justice for Jace.
Duplessis? Duplessis? Jones? Tony? I'm sorry, Duplichan. I mispronounced the name.
Hi, Tony Jones, 2111 Domain Street. I'm speaking in solidarity with Shantae. I hear about all these efforts that the NOPD is doing to make us feel safer, but we will fail to be safe as long as black civilians don't feel that they're getting equal treatment by the NOPD, by the criminal justice system at large, by the council when they bring up their concerns. Now, we focus on Shantae's case because it's so public. But there's tons of cases. This particular represents a general pattern we see. And if we wanted to build that trust, I think we start off with these practical concerns that are being brought up around this particular issue. It's a great starting spot. First, Gant has to be fired. And I'm surprised they're not cutting my mic. Last time I came here, Shantae's mic was cut and anyone else's mic was cut when this officer's name was brought up. But his involvement in the death of Gerald Arthur, the coroner's failure to give that family justice, his role in investigating his son's convicted killing of Shantae's child, his reported in the news overtime fraud are all issues that we can't trust when we see happening in the NOPD department. We need federal charges, and we need the council and the criminal justice community to be helping this mother, not intimidating her. The last time we came, it's on video on the record, NOPD was intimidating this mother as she tried to ask the DA questions pertaining to her own son's case. The DA was willing to answer those questions, but the council was not willing to give her 2 minutes to speak. We need community oversight. We need a Civilian Police Accountability Council to do what needs to be done with this council and the police themselves failed to do. And we need public comment free from censorship. I'm tired of coming here, having my mic cut. No one brought it up yet, but last time I came here, I was dragged out of this council, arrested. My judge is sitting here. I'm not making this up. My judge is sitting right here. I got to see this man on the 9th again because this council doesn't respect black people's opinions.
Thank you for your comments. DA Williams, you're up next. Thank you.
Wait, the police are finished?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you all for the work that you do. The progress is clear. I look forward to continuing to work with you.
Whenever you all are ready.
The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, and good morning, and thank you all for your consistency with focusing on criminal justice issues, and thank you for having us here today as we continue to navigate new and existing challenges. My office remains committed to investing in proactive solutions and public safety strategies. New Orleans is still outpacing American urban cities, much larger than ours, much more resource than ours, and outpacing other parishes in the state in terms of bringing violent crime numbers down. There should be a news story on how that has been accomplished every single week because it was not easy. And it is unprecedented collaboration amongst a host of agencies, nonprofit, public leaders, you all, as well as citizens, doing things differently, treating their city differently, treating each other differently. I want to focus on No Dice. In March, through our No Dice strategy, the office partnered with law enforcement to execute the seizure of NOLA Tire Kingdom, disrupting criminal activity associated with the property and improving public safety and just neighborhood quality of life in that community. And in April, we proceeded with the seizure of Fats Car Wash, another targeted enforcement action aimed at addressing locations linked to ongoing criminal activities and quality of life concerns. All of these efforts were done with too many agencies to name. Every agency at the disposal of the people of the city of New Orleans that received taxpayer dollars were involved in this coordinated and strategic effort. Efforts to address human trafficking are ongoing in the NOPD 7th District, and collaboration on crime prevention strategies to prevent escalation of neighborhood concerns are consistently occurring in the 8th. You've heard the NOPD discuss a good amount of that. Additionally, there are operations underway, I won't get into specifics, in the 1st, 5th, and 6th districts where partners are targeting identified crime hotspots through coordinated enforcement, environmental improvements, and community engagement. The information is coming from citizens, and NOPD, ATF, the District Attorney's Office, Communities of Hope are responding to citizens. By combining the intelligence that we are gathering from neighbors and neighborhoods, investigating in new resources that have been absent, and prosecutorial expertise to make sure that we make an impact once problematic issues are pulled away. We're working to identify repeat offenders, strengthen investigations, and disrupt criminal networks before additional crime occurs. I started with No Dice in this conversation because unlike other traditional law enforcement efforts, it's not the cat and mice of catch and move on. There's an investment that allows for so many other stakeholders to get involved and change the community and environment that was breeding the criminal activity. Communities of Hope have proven again and again to be so impactful to the work that we do. They demonstrate what is possible when faith leaders, neighborhood organizations, college kids, governmental agencies, and law enforcement work towards a shared goal, a safer community. Because we all have a stake in a better quality of life, but now we're recognizing it and we're all seeing the position we can play on that field. This collaboration has strengthened communication between residents and public agencies, identifying concerns, removing pre-existing barriers, and coordinating solutions that no single organization could accomplish alone. Public safety is strongest when prevention, community engagement, and accountability are all working together. The partnerships between Community of Hope, City Hall, and the District Attorney's Office remain a cornerstone of the strategy, and we are committed to strengthening that collaboration as we build on the momentum we've created. Communities of Hope and members of this body were with the mayor this past weekend at Loyola University, doubling down on that commitment, and we will continue to do that work. And we thank all of you all for weighing in on weekends and late nights. Joint OPDA and NOPD training, you'll see in slide 3, in a joint effort to strengthen courtroom testimony. The District Attorney's Office recently conducted another joint training exercise in which ADAs and NOPD recruits come together for a mock trial workshop in which recruits grow more comfortable testifying in court, while prosecutors are allowed to hone their courtroom advocacy of proper witness preparation and effective cross-examination and direct examination of witnesses. We extend a huge thanks to Judge Marcus DeLarge, who routinely permits his courtroom to be used as a professional development workspace so that people can feel the heat in those practice moments, so that that heat is less intense when the rubber meets the road, when victims and survivors are in court. Collaborative public safety efforts. We've also accepted an invitation from Councilmember Jason Wynn Hughes to join a multi-agency effort aimed at addressing illegal tire dumping, which we know contributes to environmental hazards and conditions that negatively impact public safety. We met out in New Orleans East at Franklin Avenue Baptist Church with stakeholders throughout the East, which is a vast space. We came together and were able to come up with, I believe, some common sense solutions that will invest in already existing technology so that we are not draining the manpower of the NOPD, but actually using technology to issue spot and help create reports that will pull in the sheriff's office as well, so that we can have strong cases when it comes to illegal dumping. I'd like for you to imagine for a moment a scenario in which technology, whether it's camera, whether it's from a stationary camera or moving camera, being able to tell you the license plate, type of car, and the individual dumping volumes and volumes of illegal tires into New Orleans East, and not just stopping there with an arrest or citation of that individual, but also using technology to track where they're getting the tires from. Because it's illegal from mechanic shops and tire shops to transfer tires to someone who's supposed to be dumping them when in fact they don't have a licensed legal way of getting rid of those tires. So we want to go after the root causes of all that. Everybody that's saving money from their business to harm our community. Solving these problems requires collaboration across agencies, and we remain committed to being active partners in those efforts. Legislative updates. Recent legislative actions impose severe operational challenges to the city of New Orleans, to the court, to the DA's office, to City Hall, and that will require added patience, support, and collaborations from justice system agencies and stakeholders. You would think at a time when we have demonstrated group success from a strategy that was laid out, you would think there would be a commitment to double down on those resources rather than to cut them and give us less courtrooms to do that work, provide less days of the week for survivors to have their cases heard. ADA warrant reductions earlier this month. Certain lawmakers endeavored to destabilize the Orleans Parish justice system by slashing the number of ADA warrants for prosecutors in Orleans Parish. Now, when you cut a warrant, I want to be very clear, a lot of people think when budgets get cut, that means it affects how much coffee you can buy, how much paper, printer supplies. ADA warrants are an allocation that by law can only be used to pay prosecutor salaries. Each warrant is worth $50,000 and can only be used for prosecutor salaries. A single warrant isn't enough to cover the full salary and fringe of a single prosecutor in any parish. So we are relying upon local funding to close that gap. The ADA warrant bill substantially increased that gap in Orleans Parish by cutting $500,000 in prosecutor salaries. while boosting resources around the state. But as anyone realizes, whether you're Republican or Democrat, black, white, Vietnamese, or Latino, criminals and crime don't know parish boundaries. So when crime ticks up in one parish, there's a ripple impact on those surrounding parishes. So the idea that wrong-headed state leadership believes that they want to hurt a Democratic parish, they are so false-sighted in how they're impacting this entire state. Hurting New Orleans, frankly, hurts Louisiana. This hit comes on top of an already substantial cut from our city allocation because we're dealing with a budget crisis already. And we succeeded. Most cities don't succeed in a budget crisis. This city council, this mayor's office, this DA's office, this police department has succeeded in a fiscal crisis. Most municipalities simply cannot. This will impact our ability to recruit new attorneys because they watch the news and retain experienced ones, as fewer resources mean lower pay and already impossible caseloads. Prosecutors already work grueling hours and only can fit so much work into a single day. Ultimately, less funding equals fewer prosecutors, fewer cases updated, more mothers waiting for information about what went on in their cases. At some point, the idea of doing more with less will reach a breaking point. We understand our own city current fiscal constraints and will always endeavor to be good team members in reducing the city's debt. We will have no choice but to ask for more resources to serve the victims that are already in the queue, the next of kin that are already in the queue waiting for their cases to be resolved. Court capacity. The legislation reducing the number of judges overseeing criminal matters will also place additional pressure on court capacity and case movement. A criminal jury trial can easily consume an entire week. But with this case consolidation among fewer courtrooms, a single jury trial will delay more cases from moving forward. Because when a case is being tried, there are no motion hearings that are held in that section of court. There are no other cases that were previously set on the docket for Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday of that week. All of those cases are continued so that that trial can happen. And by this legislature reducing that bottleneck by 3 more courtrooms will impact families in New Orleans. Despite these challenges, adversities bring opportunity. We will continue to identify and try to find any opportunities for efficiencies, economies of scale, and force multipliers. I believe technology is all that we will have left. Putting in hard work and adapting to the evolving needs is going to have to require something more than manpower when the money necessary to pay the men and women that do this work is cut. Collaboration and efficient workflows will prove essential in keeping the system afloat. Big shout out to Nathaniel Weaver. He's typically not brought up in these meetings, but the work that he has been doing to come up with this bus that will allow all public safety system agencies to communicate with each other electronically and talk to each other is doing work that cities across this country are working on now, but the city of New Orleans is leading that work, and this will allow us to do more with fewer people. That collaboration, those efficient workflows will be essential to us staying afloat. I think we're going to find ourselves in the next year being in a triage situation that is probably going to be reminiscent to how we had to live during the pandemic, although it is not the natural pandemic of a health scare, of a health crisis. This is man-made by the Republican-held State House. Our office launched efforts to reduce the spending in the latter half of 2025 when we were dealing with our own local fiscal crisis. stretching funds into 2026 and reducing pressure onto city funds. It is going to be damn near impossible. We continue to pursue cost-saving opportunities wherever feasible. We're working with fewer human beings. Cost control efforts have included everything from reducing support staff positions to reducing the frequency of cleaning services to halting full coverage of attorney bar dues that are typically covered by the DA's office and for the city attorney's office. We are no longer paying for those in full because we cannot. Turning to a bright light, our homicide unit. I always want to try to conclude on the positive because there's a lot for this city and this community to be proud of. It was recently reported that New Orleans is on pace to record its fewest murders since the 1960s, continuing a dramatic drop in violent crime that began in 2023. Superintendent Kirkpatrick has been an excellent partner in this work to bring down crime, and we will look forward to building on this momentum. I'm especially proud of the role OPDA's homicide unit plays in reducing the violent crime rate. Between January 1 and June 25 of 2026, indictments were obtained in 46 homicide cases. All of our homicide unit except one involving a child brought by our special victims unit. This is a reflection of the ongoing work of prosecutors and law enforcement partners to build stronger cases. There was a time when we could not build cases as strong as we are now. And building those cases early, from the ground up, from moments after there has been blood flow, that is what has made us have the success rate that we have in court with juries coming back with unanimous jury verdicts. Our work is not over. Now is the time to build on these incredible gains in the face of unprecedented fiscal adversity from the state. The creation and implementation of a large-scale public safety master plan, I believe, is necessary, and I believe the time is now. Inclusive of all safety partners, public agencies, and this will allow us to continue to drive down violent crime and allow families to thrive. I want to thank the members of the City Council who, over a year ago, before this last election, were reaching in to try to figure out what we could do differently to reduce violent crime. You all met with Thomas Apt, who is now working with the Moreno administration. And the effort there is violence reduction. Because when a governor and a state house want to cut our ability to do the work that we've proven we can do, when they want to handicap the agencies responsible for creating a generational sea change in terms of violent crime, we've got to do more. And the one thing we can do is reduce cases from coming into the system. So I'm hopeful that by working with Thomas Apt and drilling down with our No Dice program and Communities of Hope, we create fewer incidences of violent crime in this community, which would still mean that we are attacking and reducing violent crime, but not just in courtrooms, but in homes and in streets. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DA Williams. We'll start with Councilmember Harris. Any questions?
No real questions. I just want to commend you on the collaboration, as I did with NOPD, citywide to reduce violent crime in our city. I mean, this is just really remarkable, and we need to take this moment to celebrate it, knock on wood, but celebrate it too, because this isn't just one agency's work. It's the collaborative process that we all need to continue on in this new administration. So thank you, and thank you for giving us Daniel Shanks on the administrative side. I know it's a big win for the mayor and a loss for the DA, but I know that he continues to work with you.
Any loss for City Hall is a gain for the DA's office.
Councilmember Green.
Thank you, Mr. DA. Thank you for your presentation. Could you just comment for the public so that they'll understand the relationship that you have, the cooperation on a state and federal level to achieve some of the goals that we've achieved?
Yeah, I can tell you that U.S. Attorney David Corcell has been an amazing partner in terms of asking and reaching out. What can he do? What cases can he take on to assist the city of New Orleans? And he's doing that. And he's doing it in a much more robust way than we've seen in recent history. And I can't thank him enough for those efforts. And that doesn't just apply to the U.S. Attorney's Office. It also applies to the U.S. Marshal Service, who brought us through a very difficult time, as well as the FBI and the ATF. Josh Jackson and Jonathan Tapp, those individuals are engaged with the NOPD. They're engaged with the DA's office, and we're constantly looking at other ways that we can reduce violence in the city of New Orleans in a strategic way, not just for the sake of numbers, but in a strategic way. And we will continue to do that. I hope that we can turn the corner or find new ways to help the city of New Orleans from a state level. We generate a lot of income for the state of Louisiana, no matter how you look at it. And I hope that there are folks, regardless of party affiliation, who are reading some of the legislation coming through the State House, who realize that the city of New Orleans, the direction of the city of New Orleans, how we're perceived nationally on national news, how conventions and visitors are increasing their visits to the state is largely based upon the Cinderella Phoenix story of the city of New Orleans coming from being the homicide capital to the most successful city in terms of driving down violent crime. That should encourage people at the State House to support efforts that are here in the city. We don't always have to agree. We don't always have to agree. We won't always agree. I don't agree with my wife all the time. But we have to understand we're one household. And the state and the city of New Orleans have to act like one household.
I was at a tourism luncheon, and Lieutenant Governor Nungesser spoke, and he mentioned that tourism had a $20 billion impact in Louisiana last year, and $10 billion was in this little city. The city that right now is being afflicted by unfunded mandates and is being attacked in ways that, very honestly aren't justified. I understand if you want to make changes, but just the general posture of cutting from a city who actually provides such support to the state of Louisiana. This is not the time for me to do it, but it is something that we need to think about a little bit more. For every event that the state signs up and collects revenues at the Superdome, the Convention Center, at the Smoothie King Arena, from all of the rents that are collected along the navigable waterways, whether it be Lake Pontchartrain or the New Basin Canal or the Industrial Canal or the riverfront, the city of New Orleans provides police protection, fire protection, EMS protection, and of those 10 million visitors who come to our city every year, there are some who unfortunately go astray of the law and have to be prosecuted. And your office does that.
And you're so right. And it's not just visitors coming in from other states. If you think about some of the more serious, newsworthy cases of shootings that have occurred on Canal Street, the French Court over the years, folks from Point Capite, Baton Rouge, Shreveport, who have come down here and tried to settle their score, right? So this idea that they want to cast New Orleanians in a bad light. I wish there was a tally. I wish there was a news agency that was looking at the number of individuals from other parishes who are coming down here, firing guns into crowds. But that's our job. That's our work. That's NOPD's work. That's a district attorney's work. And we do it day in and day out, whether they cut us $500,000 or not.
every illegal dumping arrest that has taken place has involved someone from Slidell. I hate to say it, but
It's,
it's from
that's
Slidell.
what the data shows.
That's what the data shows.
That's where the
At end
data
of
shows
day.
the cars are going.
Right, so at the end of the day, the city of New Orleans has many, many challenges, but I would hope that there can be a more cooperative relationship with the state, and that the state recognizes that, yes, we are, in many respects, the economic driver for the entire state of Louisiana, as was mentioned, without using those words, by the lieutenant governor. So I just hope that there will be more cooperation in the future, recognizing that as the city of New Orleans continues to make progress on public safety, so then there does the entire state.
Praying for the same thing.
Right. Well, I want to mention one other thing to you, which I mention to you all the time. You're a Carver graduate.
My parents.
All your parents. Congratulations to them. A great institution. You see all of the progress that's being made at Carver.
And they're very excited about all of the efforts. That means a lot to those folks who saw that at its pinnacle. Now they're in their 80s, and then to know what that decline was like, and to see that city resources and private and public dollars are going towards their alma mater, it's a beautiful thing.
I want to kind of end on a shout out of positive. What you're seeing at Carver is symbolic of what's going on in our city in many respects, but it's very special at Carver. It's not just the stadium, it's the test scores, it's
everything.
Improvement. Look, as a Carver graduate,
students,
recently getting drafted by the Pelicans, the students who are doing outstanding work with different programs. So, but I also want you to help me in that area, and you know where I want your help.
Yes, sir.
I need something done on Johnny Jackson.
It's on our list. It's on the no dice list right now.
I've got a new, Gail Benson's building a new school. We've got a new stadium going on. We've got expansion going on. I'll just leave it at that.
We've got to protect those investments.
All right, thank you.
Well, I'll finish off saying thank you, D.A. Williams. You're doing more with less. Crime numbers are coming down all over the city, all different aspects of crime. The major crime categories, and it's definitely a part of that growing, the right direction crime's moving in. So I don't want to belabor this anymore. I just want to say, Councilman Green, I believe Councilmember D.A. Williams is a Woodward Academy graduate, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right.
That's right. All right. Out in Georgia.
With his parents.
That's the root.
District, that's the root.
I like that. That's the right. I remember the decal in the back of your car back in the day. Nonetheless, moving on. We have a couple comment cards. First, Mr. Belden Baptiste, followed by Tony Jones.
Good morning once again, Council. D.A. Jason Williams, I thank Daniel Shanks and you again from doing that no dice work. I'm very impressed with it, because without no dice, a lot of crime will be going on. And the part about no dice that I love, they're working with the Norparks, they're working with the community, and they are in the community. They are at the park, so I want to commend you for that. My question next is to Freddie and Leslie and the rest of the council and Joe Geruso. We see that Mr. Jason Williams was cut by the racist governor, Jeff Landry. And I'm interested to know why we are not going at the state, because we do a lot of work with the state. The state do a lot of money. If you look at the culture of New Orleans, Billy Nungesser sits on $48 billion. But every day we are watching this racist Governor Jeff Landry cut major programs. So as I was sitting there, it came to me, we watched a clerk, Chelsea, she gained 2 courts. But where's that money and that revenue going to come from? I mean, she's doing her job. She's doing what she got to do. So it brought it. I see the colonel sitting there. So if he cut the colonel, where the money going to come from? So I'm just asking the council, it's time to have that tough conversation with Jeff, because he cut those programs and he's going to cut more at the end of the day. We know he's coming for more, but listen, our revenue, bringing billions, and we don't get 10% of that money. It's time for the council to take action. I'm calling on JP. I'm calling on the mayor and this council to take action and hold Jeff accountable. And just not that, with public works we do the state work. But it's time to take action and go to war with Jeff. And I'm lining the soldiers up, so we are ready.
Thank you, Mr. Baptiste. Tony Jones.
Boy, and I forgot my good, one more thing. One more. I forgot somebody. This lady right there is doing an excellent job at the Juvenile Justice Center. An excellent job. And I'm saying she bringing all kind of programs, world class. So we got to find us some more money too.
Thank you, Mr. Betsy. She'll have a presentation at the end.
Tony, once again speaking for the New Orleans Alliance. A lot's been said in this meeting about state and federal pressure, which I think is kind of appropriate because of the immense amount of partisan and racially motivated difficulties these governments have been pushing on us. But really where the rubber hits the road and where we all have to be accountable is at the local level. And really where the state of civil rights is often measured by the community is the way in which law enforcement treats black civilians and whether or not we keep equal treatment. I see that the DA has put a heavy focus on this high rate of conviction. And so I know Shante has some questions, but a question I have is, was the same level of enthusiasm really brought to the Jace case back in, 2019, 2020? Did the prosecution did its best to get justice, or was this seen as something not worth properly charging, what could have been a first-degree murder charge with negligent homicide? Was that the same level of enthusiasm that we're seeing with these recent violent crimes and prosecutions? Maybe it wasn't something that the office thought would come up 7 years later, that this mother wouldn't still be fighting. But this mother is very good at getting the word out, and the community cares about this a lot. I know because I'm very good at getting the word out too. And when I'm organized with activists from places like Indivisible, they know about this case, they care about this case, they have Shante speak. When I organize with Palestine Solidarity activists, they know about this case, they have Shante speak, they know about it, the students know about it, labor leaders know about it, these lawyers care and they know about it. I know this because when I get arrested and I have to go to court, they give me pro bono representation because they care about the rights of the community. Elder activists like Malik Rahim cares about this, but the only people who seem to not care is the actual criminal justice community when it comes to these prosecutions. So, Jason Williams, are you proud of how your department handled the case?
Thank you. Next, we have Antonia Marr.
Is it possible to have a response to what Tony was saying?
Well, we're here for public comment, really. So you can talk to the DA offline if you would like to.
Okay. My name is Antonia Marr. I'm again here to speak on behalf of the Freedom Roads Socialist Organization and here with Sister Shante. I think what we've been talking about is this administration, both the Trump administration and the Landry administration, and the repression of black voters we've been seeing. And also we've all seen the murder of Cohen Wiley, who was shot by a police officer in Mississippi. We're seeing these returns to really horrendous racial violence against black people all across the South. And in terms of the movement for police accountability, there's a big push for district attorneys, for state attorneys, to make sure that these cops that commit crimes go behind bars. That man who shot into a mother's vehicle, who went to the store to get her son diapers, deserves to rot in prison. And I just want us to pay the same attention to this 19-year-old who was in college. Jace went to be with his friend to record some music, and he died that night. And it's the responsibility of the district attorney's office to stand up not just to crime that happens between people on the street, but also between crime that happens between police and civilians. Shante, earlier this morning we had a rally, she said, no one told me that I ever had a right to representation. No one ever told her that she could, file charges and fight against this police officer because it all happened so fast, and then we were in 2020. But that's just to say that I do want you to take this case seriously and to take a proper role in looking at it. None of us are law professionals. We're civilians who see something wrong and want to try to fight it. And so that's why we're here today. That's why I'm taking time out of a day that I would usually be at work to talk to you and to talk to this council, because this is a serious issue. We're not doing this for fun. We're doing this because we really care. And if you care too, we want you to stand with us. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a card from the last name Dilla or O, 1631 Meredith. Okay. followed by Ms. Scott, who submitted, we have 3 cards for you, Ms. Scott, so we did get your cards. You'll be next.
Thank you for allowing me to be here today, and thank you, Jason, for sharing all of your struggles and achievements. It is a great thing to see. My friend and roommate of over 25 years, Richie Smith, was murdered in front of my house on January 7th, 2023, by my neighbor. He was the 9th homicide of that year. So it's been 3.5 years, and we are also waiting in the queue, like you mentioned, all the other families, although we really don't know if we're in the queue. We don't know. We haven't heard anything from anyone. We met with the ADA, we met with Detective Barrera, Sergeant Hyatt, Captain Hart, Kevin, I'm sure I don't remember his name, in May of 2025, and it's literally been crickets. What I have with me today is an audio recording file. The audio recording is public record. There are no names. It's been edited. There's no names. There's no date. There's no addresses. But I want you to hear.
New Orleans 911, what's the location of your emergency?
1820 Maroney Street, and I have a person that keeps coming on my stoop and banging on my door, and I am armed and I'm fixing to use it.
Sir, you're on a recorded line. So I'm here on the line. And where's your weapon now?
My weapon's on me, and I'm sitting on my front stoop. It's in both the Castle Doctrine, the stand your ground, and everything else that I can. It's a homeless dope head.
And are you and anyone else in danger right now?
Yeah, he's in danger if he comes back across the street. I'm gonna put a 45.
Sir, you're on a recorded line.
I really don't give a shit. I am exercising every right that I have. I'm born and raised Louisiana native, and if this son of a bitch comes back across the street kicking on my door again, I will put a bullet in his head.
So this is the guy that used to live across the street from me and murdered my roommate for no reason, just for walking home from work one night and basically just shot him point blank. This is a guy that you heard on this recording saying the stand your ground, the Castle Doctrine, the night that he murdered Richie, the same thing, stand your ground, stand your ground. He has been rehearsing this for so many years. He has a very long, violent record. This guy is now living somewhere in Texas. Nobody's doing anything. We don't know what's going on. We're not going to let Richie die in vain. I don't know a bunch of people. I would transplant. I'm here by myself. Everybody else that I know that's involved in this case is in Colorado or California. But there are people in the city who care about Richie. She's a good person.
Well, thank you, and thank you, appreciate it. Next, we're going to hear from any public comments. I'm sorry, any online comments, Ms. Anita? Okay, thank you, DA Williams. We appreciate the presentation. Next, we're going to hear from the coroner's office.
Jason's mother. Still?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Ms. Scott, absolutely.
My name is Shantae Scott. I am the mother of Jace Lee Scott. Y'all seen me before. Today I have questions for the Orleans Parish District Attorney. As the victim's mother, I believe your office represented the interests of my son and our family. Instead, I was left confused and searching for answers. Why wasn't I fully informed of my rights as a crime victim? Why wasn't I told that I could seek my own attorney to protect my family's interests? Why wasn't the criminal process explained to me before major decisions took place in my son's case? I wasn't informed properly. No one let me know that Andrew Gant was going to have a negligent homicide charge with an obstructing of justice. He said he threw the gun in a body of water. The time of the sentence date, it was a shock to me. I didn't have a clue of what was going on. Now that I later received public request records, because I had to search this case for myself, I received the public record request and I see the conflict of interest. I see bad timings on these reports. I see evidence that haven't been logged in. They have some evidence that's been logged in and some evidence that has not been logged in. This case was brought to you, the DA, because of NOPD. NOPD came up with the narrative, NOPD came up with the reports, and then NOPD brought it over to the district attorney's office. I know there's a lot of cases that y'all deal with. It was a fast, closed, and shut case. Evidence, I'm still asking for records right now, and I'm asking you now, while we're on record, can I meet with you about getting the public record request of the videos? NOPD don't want to give me the videos of the interviews or the videos of Suno, because that matters in this case. They're pushing me to the side. There are a lot of conflict of interest that has been done in this case, and there's a lot of new evidence that I have found. Every time I come to you, I come to you with new evidence. NOPD did a poor investigation on my son's case because of his father.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Scott.
I have a pattern of misconduct, a pattern of lying, a pattern of stealing, a pattern of murder, and I see it in my son's case. So that's why I'm coming at you. I need this case to be reopened and re-evaluated and be reviewed.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. Thank you, Ms. Scott.
Not to be trusted. I wouldn't be here for nothing. I'm here for a reason, and I can see.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. Up next, we're going to move to the coroner's office. Dr. McKenna.
The death of my son is going to have the right.
Dr. McKenna.
Got videos that Suno that he murdered my son. This boy got on gloves. Mr. DA, Jason Williams, I need you to reevaluate and look at his evidence. He has gloves on. He has gloves on. And NOPD don't want to give me the video. They keep saying the record sealed. I had to go and investigate and research and get the video myself. He has gloves on his head. And he's supposed to kill his best friend. That's not his best friend. He had gloves on his head and he pulled the weapon out from under his shirt. The same thing he told Robert and my son did. Pulled the weapon out. He pulled the weapon out.
Dr. McKenna.
Please reevaluate this case. He's going to be in jail for first-degree murder. He had gloves on his hand.
Dr. McKenna, the floor is yours.
Federal charges for gang, fired NOPD officer Victor Gansel, giving y'all this investigation right there.
Thank you for having me. I think my office has suffered like everybody's office. Lack of funding, we're forced to lay off people. We're coming in a time with 95-degree heats. You know the problems with our cooling system. We can't operate without coolers. Bodies will rot, stink. We need new coolers. I think everybody says we need new ones, but we don't have them. We keep piecemealing it. As you all know, the coroner's office does not get a piece of the millage. Every dime we get from the city of New Orleans. We don't have any excess money. We're very short of funds right now. We have to buy body bags. We have to buy equipment. We have to do autopsies. And we need the facilities, not only the facilities, but the chemicals and everything else to do the job that we've been asked to do. And I understand that the murder rate is down, but we still have all of the drug deaths, all of the suicides, all of the housing, and we handle all of the mental health issues. So the coroner's office must work 24/7, like we can't close. We don't know when there's going to be a murder. Our and getting identification of bodies and stuff. When there's a delay, you know, you got some judges who want to criticize us when we get bad information. There's nothing I can do about that. In my term as coroner, we have never misidentified a body. We have never given the city a false report on what we've done. Never. No matter what some misinformed judges got to say. And I'm here to tell you, we like everybody else, and I know I'm preaching to the choir. We need money like everybody else. And we're particularly concerned about this heat wave in our coolers. And we need a new system. But that's up to you all. We don't have any money unless you give it to us. We do not get a piece of the millage. So, you know, you don't know how frustrating it is. In my public life, it seems like I'm always begging. That's not the case in my private life. I don't beg. And I got to say that I come here in good faith to give the city what it needs. And it seems to fall on deaf ears. And I know y'all got a budget deficit and all of that. But we do not get a piece of the millage, like many of these departments that come to you. We get nothing. So you need to take that in consideration when we're looking at it. We've laid off 10, 15% of the workforce already. We can't lay off anybody else and give you what you want. But if you want us to get what we need, I'm not asking for the world, but response time is important. Obviously, we got to do autopsies. We can't do autopsies if the air conditioning system is broken. And so once again, I'm here doing something I'm very uncomfortable with and ask other people for money. Because I sure don't do that in my private business world. And, but this was what I'm charged to do, so I'm here again saying, look at our budget, look at what we do, look at all of the stuff we have, it's 24/7. So that's it. I don't have a lot to say.
Thank you, Doctor. Councilmember Green.
Well, I mean, it goes without saying that we would like to be as supportive as we can. But when you come to us, you come into folks who've taken a 10% salary cut because of furloughs. We also don't have the ability to travel. I got to buy my own supplies for my office, whether it be water, soft drinks, or the like, because this budget deficit is real. I hope that we can all come together and recognize that the city of New Orleans has an $800 million general fund, and the state of Louisiana has a $47 billion budget. $47 billion versus $800 million. Let's say you want to call our budget 1.1 or 2 billion because we have some federal monies which are going away. We have tremendous challenges, and I know that you know this, but you got to ask, but I just want to let you know, it's not falling on deaf ears. It's falling on the ears of people who have taken very serious salary cuts on furlough. And so at the end of the day, we would love to do anything that we could to restore salaries, to get the people that we've lost, because the mayor's office, for example, has a lot fewer employees, if you will, who are unclassified than in the past. Those positions are unfilled. But I understand, Dr. McKenna, at the end of the day,
I just think it's my responsibility to tell you what we're dealing with. And I know all of the constraints you're operating with. But at the same time, I have to come here and tell you what I'm facing, what my needs are, given all of the restraints that your budget has. This is existential. This is real. And so I'm here.
I know, but one thing about coming to these meetings, you just heard the DA before you say he got cut $500,000 by the state.
And I understand that.
Right.
But the fact remains is I got to tell you what my problems are. I got to tell you what my constraints are. I got to tell you what my needs are. I got to tell you if you want my response time increased, then you get to the scenes. If they want their evidence, the quicker they get the cases. All that depends on that. Nothing happens till we get to the scene of a crime. Nobody can move, nothing. Everything starts in the coroner's office. Keep that in mind. That if we don't get there, that body lives on the street. And if we got a body in New Orleans East and we got one across the river, we got a problem. We got to move. So take that and make it easier for us to do our job. I'm not asking for millions. This is blue light that the people can get around. Give us air conditioning so we don't, pathologists don't walk out there because they can't work.
Well, Dr. McKenna, I'll see. I don't know if it's something that the council can approve with the blue lights. I'll talk to the city attorney's office, the CAO's office. I've heard your concerns before about the blue lights. I will also tell you that not to put your issues against someone else's, but the 4th District Police Station Algiers doesn't have an AC on the 2nd floor. We just heard the 6th District, they're having issues. The DA's office, the criminal court judges,
Do they have dead bodies in the police department? Do they have dead bodies in the criminal district court? Do they have dead bodies in the criminal justice system office? We have dead bodies that will rot without air conditioning. I think that's a bit different.
I'm not saying theirs is.
I know you have problems. I know, but the critical need of the coroner's office, and I understand that you don't want to sit a police officer in a hot room or anybody in a hot room. We can't do that.
I understand.
These are dead bodies. They will disintegrate unless we have the cooling system working properly. So I understand the police defamation might be, but there are no dead bodies laying in a police station. There's no dead bodies laying in City Hall. There's no dead bodies laying in the criminal justice system or the criminal court building. We can't work without this.
Got it.
Please understand, don't make that comparison. I know the fiscal comparison is necessary, but not the urgency of the situation. It's totally different thing. The fiscal comparison and the urgency that the coroner's office needs to do the job I have been elected to do. And I got 4 more years to do it. And I'm here for 4 more years, and I have to state my case. But please, please understand our urgencies versus your constraints in your budget, and I clearly get that, Councilman Green, Councilman King. I know the constraint, but I still have to come here and tell you what my needs are.
Understood. Okay. Thank you, Dr. McKenna. Any online comments? Hearing none, no public comments? No comments. We have one comment. Wait up. Yes, ma'am. And when you finish, please fill out a comment card for the record. Thank you.
I did one, and I also submitted a copy of my report of what I'm speaking on.
Okay. The floor is yours.
Good morning, and thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Yolanda Hayes LaVedge McPherson. I'm a lifelong resident of New Orleans. I was raised here, I was educated here, and I have spent more than 30 years serving this community as a registered nurse and a healthcare leader. Today, I stand before you not as a healthcare provider, but as a mother. My daughter, Danielle LaVedge, lost her life under circumstances that I still do not fully understand. Her body was found on February 22nd of 2021. Her cell phone was found with her, and her last text message was to me only hours before her body was discovered. Yet I was not properly notified of her death. To this day, I still have unanswered questions about proper identification procedures where I was not given any notification as her mother, and that communication was very limited. The way this case was handled has caused me profound emotional harm. Losing my daughter was traumatic enough. I am here today because I do not believe that I am the only parent who has experienced this. Families deserve timely notification, clear communication, transparency, and meaningful voices throughout the process when their loved ones become victims of a crime or a suspicious death. Today, I am respectfully asking this committee to consider strengthening protocols for family identification and notification, improving communication and coordination between the New Orleans Police Department, the Orleans Parish Coroner's Office, and the District Attorney's Office, ensuring that victims' families are notified when significant prosecutorial decisions are being made. I also request the opportunity to meet with representatives of these agencies together, not separately, so that I can finally receive a complete explanation of my daughter's case. After more than 5 years, I am still seeking the truth, understanding, and transparency that every family deserves. Thank you for your time and attention and for allowing me to speak. This is my daughter.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from the clerk's office.
Protocols, Dr. McKenna. You need protocols. I'm a registered nurse for 30 years. I've worked with your department. Yes, I know, but I don't hear from you. I have not heard from your department. I've heard from NOPD and the DA's office and never from the coroner's office. And here you're asking for more money?
Madam Clerk, whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Okay, she's pulling out the presentation right now.
Good afternoon.
There's no sound though. Okay. So good afternoon. Good afternoon, council members, and thank you all for allowing us to come today to provide an update on the Clerk of Court's Office's Criminal Records Division. The first page of the presentation shows the areas that we intend to cover during our presentation today, which includes correspondence, office resource flyers, exemplified copies, which are commonly known as acts of Congress, record storage, the Supreme Court numbers, appeals, expungements, staffing, and technology. So the first slide shows that as we talk about correspondence, we're going to be talking about mail receipt correspondence and mail intake notices. So one of the things that we were able to determine when we came on board was that the clerk's office on the Criminal Records Division received a number of pieces of mail. However, there was not a return communication necessarily to the person who sent the letter. So the sample that you see in your packet is a form letter that we created for those who are requesting post-conviction relief in their letter. And I say sample because we created additional form letters as well. The point of this letter is to increase access to justice and transparency and information. Because if someone sends us a letter asking for post-conviction relief, what the office did in the past was forward it to the court section, which is the process, because it is the judge that makes the decision about post-conviction relief. But the person who sent the letter did not know, one, that their letter was received by the office, or two, what happened to their letter. So they were not always able to follow up on what those next steps needed to be. So providing the person with this letter tells them that their letter was received by the clerk's office. It tells them that their information was forwarded to the section of court that it needed to. So as they want to follow up on their case, they are empowered to do so because they have that information. So that's one of the changes, improvements that we have been able to make within the Criminal Records Division of the Clerk's Office. The next page references office resources. So people come into the clerk's office in the Criminal Records Division just as they do in Civil and Land Records, wanting information about other governmental agencies. In the Civil and Land Records Divisions, we already had a flyer that we're able to hand people that lists resources such as free legal services, different departments within the city, 311. Oftentimes people are coming to the clerk's office, particularly the Land Records Division, and needed assessor's information. So we took that strategy and looked at frequently asked questions within the Criminal Records Division. And we created the flyer that you see on the next slide. So you'll see that flyer includes information for the district attorney's office, information for the public defender's office, probation, parole, and several other offices that people came in to ask about frequently. So we have this information posted and readily available in an office so that when people come, there's not confusion about what information they need to receive in order to address their matter. We have a flyer that's already prepared and easily available to them to be able to take their next steps. Next is an example of an exemplified copy. And an exemplified copy is typically called an act of Congress. What that means, if you look on the next page, you'll see a sample of that. I revised that form as well as the procedure that's being used. So an exemplified copy has 3 sections to it. The first section is signed by me as clerk, stating that the document that would be attached to it is a true and correct copy of what is in the court record. The second section is signed by a judge, verifying that I am the clerk. The third section is signed by me as clerk, verifying that that last signature was an actual judge. Because for different reasons, particularly with travel abroad, people have requested exemplified copies. And it was something that is also requested in terms of copies of the court record for the Civil Division. So what I was able to do is look at the process that we were using in our Civil Division, update and adapt the form to be able to use for the Criminal Division. Excuse me one moment. The other flaw that I found in the process is that the form was presented to me to sign as clerk without the pleading, the document attached that I was signing to state was a part of the court record. And since that very paragraph states that I'm verifying that it is a part of the court record, immediately I requested the documentation, learned that the documentation had not been filed into the court record because of some prior issues between the offices, required that it be presented, got it filed, and was able to complete the process. So each subsequent time we've received the request for an exemplified copy, we have received the pleadings along with it. Either they've been filed already and we're able to make the copy and sign the form, or if they have not been filed, we properly filed them into the court record so we can comply with the legal process in order to make the exemplified copy. And I just want to be clear that this is just a sampling of the things that we have done. Time would not permit us to share everything that we have done during these last 8 weeks. So the next thing that we have to present to you is regarding record storage. With my 20-plus year history of record storage within the Civil and Land Records divisions of the Clerk of Court's office, we came in with a lot of knowledge about what needed to happen and how things needed to be done. We have a conservation department which is charged with ensuring that records continue to be available. We have documents that date back to the 1700s, which are still made available to the public and are used in the office. As many of you all know, we put those documents on display as another mechanism for transparency and to teach people what we do at your clerk's office and how they can use those records. So when we flip to the next page of the slides, you will see we have highlighted 3 areas. Integrity, upholding the law with fairness and accountability in every action we take on behalf of the people of Orleans Parish. Service, serving the community with care, efficiency, and respect, making court records and processes accessible to all, and trust. Maintaining public confidence through transparency, accuracy, and consistent delivery of essential civic services, because we understand the critical nature of what we do. I continue and have always said to my team members, we are not paper pushers. Everything that we do impacts someone's life. When someone needs a copy of their records from criminal court, that is the most important thing to that person. When someone needs information for elections, who's running, where do they go to qualify, whether they go to vote, that is important to that person. When someone needs a copy of their child support order or their succession matter, that's important. When someone wants a copy of their act of sale or wants to file a cancellation of their mortgage because they're so proud to have paid it off, that's important. We impact people's everyday lives at your Clerk of Court's office. So let's talk about record storage. And to do that, we have a short video for you, which we are going to narrate through as it goes on. So what you see before you write down are some pipes in one of the buildings that the staff occupies, as well as record storage for property and evidence. Sam? While they get the video queued up, there's an issue with it loading because of the size of it. Let me tell you all what's on the video so you'll know what you see. This video is a snippet of some of the things that we have encountered in terms of the physical facility and the maintenance of records housed within the Criminal Records Division. You are going to see in the first portion of the video rooms that have mold and mildew around the doorway, so you know as you go in the room where the items are being stored, it is not being maintained at the correct temperature and humidity levels. We know from our experience with the Civil Division that the standard for record storage, just in terms of paper, is approximately 70 degrees. You will also see within this video a restroom where the staff has created a makeshift table where not only do they use the facilities, but it is also where they wash their dishes as they work during the day. You will see plastic bins of the items that were retrieved from the landfill that have not been remediated or rehabilitated. They are sitting in plastic bins and in trash bags in the hallway in an area that the staff walks past every day. You will also see that there are documents stored in a warehouse that leaks, has no air circulation or climate control, and there were, up until we moved them, improperly stored weapons. And this was brought to my attention by Michael Harrison, as well as Judge Calvin Johnson. We did a walkthrough together. And so I immediately removed those weapons and stored them somewhere where they are properly, securely locked. So you will be able to see in the video where we moved the weapons to so that they are properly stored, and you will be able to see where we moved the weapons from. And there are still records in that facility because there was not a location to move the records. Now, Michael Harrison, along with Tim McCullen, has had a conversation with me. We all agree that we want those things moved, but in terms of identifying a location that the records that remain in that warehouse can be moved to, they are working on that. Now, the last thing that you will see in that video is another storage container that is filled to the brim with at least records. And I say at least records because when you see the pictures and video inside of the storage container, we could not walk all the way to the back of it. The storage container is outside in this 90 plus, 100 plus degree heat. I cannot tell you as we sit here right now how long those items have been in the storage container, but I'm sure, because I have my Chief Deputy Alex Irvin, who was already with me, and our Senior Deputy Ed Lombard, per him, that they were there before 4 years ago. One of the employees said he think it was there when he came back in 2016, so I've heard various dates, but I haven't seen documentation yet. But what I do want is for you all to know that it exists and it is in there today. The storage bin is filled with mold from the inner ceiling to the doorway and everything in between. And it has been verified that it is mold because when I went into the bin, I had 2 of my conservation technicians come in with me because over the years, we've been able to develop the expertise of people who could do some basic preliminary assessments. And so they were able to determine that the mold was active. Now, one of the things that the video does not give you the benefit of is the smell. Because as soon as you start opening the bin, when you get close enough to it, you can begin to smell the deterioration of the paper and whatever else is inside of it. So we absolutely wanted to make sure that you all were aware. In terms of what it all is going to take to get that rectified, we don't know yet. We are still in the stages of assessing the operations of the office. But that is significant, and it is going to take a significant amount of work to address both what's in the storage container, what came from the landfill that hasn't been treated, in addition to the other things that we've already discussed. And keep in mind, these are the highlights.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question? Yes. Does your storage have to be near where your offices are for easy access? Or, for example, I've been through that gun storage area. Yeah, it's terrible. I guess you have to hold on to guns forever? Or what do you need? You need a space, a warehouse, or just what do you need?
Okay, so the answer to that question is multifaceted. The short answer is, short-term need is a climate control facility in order to properly maintain the records, the property and evidence, and all of those things. The other side of that is the stuff that has already been filled with mold and the landfill. Now, that's the stuff that I've seen outside. I'm not saying to you, like the room that I went to that has the mold around the door frame when you walk into it, I can't tell you that that stuff doesn't need to be remediated as well. So short-term is going to be a combination of appropriate climate control storage and the need to assess what kinds of remediation treatments the existing stuff that we know is in a bad condition needs, and then to assess ongoing. With our civil records, particularly the older ones, we already have an ongoing assessment process. The way that paper works, it's not that you assess it one day and then that's it. The assessment is ongoing. One of the things that we do right now with our land records documents, for our oldest documents, we have supplemental air conditioning units built into the ceiling because of the needs for the delicate nature of the paper for that age. So most immediate, climate control storage, which is what I did discuss with Michael Harrison, the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety. Separately, remediation of the things that are in the bin and were pulled from the landfill. And then be able to establish a longer-term plan to assess the other items. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, but so you're saying that you can remediate where you are now, I mean where the storage is now, is that better than looking at a new facility?
Oh, a new facility is the answer, because you can't remediate where the stuff is stored now because you can't put it back in there. Once you take it out,
right,
you can't put it back in there, because essentially the entire environment where, like the storage bin, for example, that entire environment is no longer viable. So if we take boxes out, treat the stuff that's in the boxes, and you don't treat the bin, then you're just putting it back in an environment where it's already infested with mold. You are re-infesting those documents. And being in a hot and humid climate, we have mold spores all around us every day. It is the heat and the humidity that can cause them to be activated, which is why you have to monitor temperature when you are talking about how to house and store documents and paper. And I also have the conservation team doing research on what temperatures are necessary for things like guns, clothing, blood evidence, and all of those sorts of things to ensure that we know what those protocols are so that we can adhere to them.
I feel like we're giving defense attorneys a lot that suggests that maybe our storage is a little troubled. So what's the short-term plan?
The short-term plan is, one, we're starting to learn that it exists. And then to start identifying what needs to happen. So it's not at this juncture a defense attorney issue. Okay. Because we're not talking about, or shouldn't be talking about, records that we use today. However, I have the staff checking the list of where records are housed so that we can know the answer to that question. And if we did need to retrieve one of those records today, I would have my conservation team come and treat it. They would be able to clean a one-off. They wouldn't be able to clean an entire bin. Even when we went in the bin, I had my conservation team, myself, I had some of the criminal division staff so that we could move stuff around. Literally, it took more than one person just to open the door on the bin because the poles that keep the bin closed are bent, because apparently the storage container has been moved before. So it took more than one person to open it. And what I did, because I have already the knowledge from my years of experience with maintaining documents, I bought the white suits, eye masks, gloves, the plastic gloves so that they could be wiped, the facial masks with the respirators on them to ensure that the staff was not being exposed to anything they shouldn't have been, because again, we did not know what we were walking into until that door opened. So right now, we're dealing with paper. And so paper is something that you can clean and remediate as it relates to the storage bin and as it relates to what I've seen so far from opening the plastic bins, the smaller ones, from the things that came out of the landfill. So that's the, I guess, more detailed answer to the question that you asked. The video is still trying to load. We'll email, well, we can't email it to you. We'll bring it to you on a flash drive because it's too large. We tried emailing it. We tried the upload process because we were able to run it. But it is critical that you see the video, because it is one thing for me to sit here and describe this to you. It is another thing for you to be able to see it for yourself. And I am available anytime you all are available to walk you through how the different things are housed and stored at the clerk's office, because there are variations in that storage as well. The next is the Supreme Court numbers. So we've all heard a great deal about the numbers that the Clerk of Criminal Court Division has submitted in it. Well, the Clerk of Criminal Court's office in the past has submitted to the Supreme Court, and that there were discrepancies or differences or whatever the different terms were in terms of how cases were counted. So last week I learned that for the year 2026, the monthly reports have not been submitted from January. The monthly reports for 2026 to the Supreme Court have not been submitted. So Peter Gilberti, who is the person that handles those matters, I called him, and I was able to do that because, of course, I dealt with him for the Civil Division matters, because the Civil Division submits a monthly report to the Supreme Court. So we were able to get from him the definitions that he needed for each of the fields. We were able to look at the case management system, which is the software that the office implemented in November 2025, compare the two, and then comparing the two, that generated additional questions on my part. And this is why. Because looking at the form that the Supreme Court used for case count, they are counting what is labeled criminal case. Within the clerk's office for the Criminal Records Division, there are two kinds of cases. There's a magistrate case and there's a criminal case. There's no blank on the form to count the magistrate cases. So this is how that works. A person first comes into the system, they're established with a magistrate case, then the district attorney makes a decision as to whether or not to accept the charges. If those charges are accepted, then that person transitions to a criminal case. If the charges are not accepted, then it ends at the magistrate level. Now, this is why that concerns me, because that means the clerk's office has performed work on that magistrate case, which is not counted in these numbers. The court has performed work on those magistrate cases, which are not counted in those numbers. So part of what I have to do now is contact Peter Gilberti and find out how those things get accounted for, because it also could lead to certain charges not being counted. Because when you first get arrested and go before a magistrate, you could have 3 charges, let's say. So that means the clerk's office has entered 3 charges, the judge has reviewed 3 charges, but then the DA may only accept 1. So on the charge count on the report that goes to the Supreme Court, it's looking for the charges associated with the criminal case. So what happens to the charges that were associated and addressed with the magistrate case? Those numbers aren't reflected on what I saw. Again, these are us just assessing the office, learning this information, recognizing that it is going to take more research and follow-up, because I'll be calling Peter Gilberti and saying, this is the circumstance. Tell me how we are supposed to be accounting for the rest of these duties and responsibilities that have been performed by both the clerk and the court so that we can make sure that the numbers are more accurate. The next item is appeals. And I want to take you to that second page, that next page. So you will see there are two sections that are reflected on this next slide. One is how to prepare the appeal, and the other is an incomplete certificate. Again, this is a sampling of what we've done. It's not all that we've done as it relates to appeals. So one of the things that came to my attention is that the clerk's office started preparing appeals in November of 2025. Prior to November of 2025, the Judicial Administrator's Office prepared the appeals. I don't know why that history exists, as appeals are a clerk's office function, and I have extensive experience with appeals because we have appeals from civil cases that go to the Fourth Circuit. At this point, we are lodging those appeals on the civil side with the Fourth Circuit electronically. The Criminal Records Division is not ready to do that yet. Where we are with the Criminal Records Division is I sat down with the team that are doing appeals and reviewed their processes. The label that goes on the outside of the record jacket that's going to the appellate court was not correct. It did not contain some information that is specifically listed and required in the law. The law requires you to have an alphabetical list and a chronological list. Only the chronological list was being done. And I don't go into any of this making assumptions. I mean, I know what I know, and then I verify, because I want to make sure if there is a criminal law that is a counterpart to what I already know on the civil side, that we are looking for that. And we have done that. And one of those things came up as we talk about the incomplete certificate. The staff was not preparing incomplete certificates. Traditionally, this happens when the clerk's office has prepared the record and they're waiting on transcript from the court reporter. So the clerk's office is supposed to lodge, meaning file the record with the appellate court and bring along with it an incomplete certificate that identifies what is not included, which traditionally would be transcript. What the criminal records staff was doing was holding the appeal, waiting for the transcript. So the way that manifests is that the appeal was lodged late. So when you look at the number of times, because that information is also reported in those numbers that we've all been discussing over these last few months, it reflects when appeals are lodged late. So the record is ready, but the staff wasn't lodging it because they thought they could not without the transcript. Well, that's incorrect. The law allows for you to lodge it, and the law says you're supposed to send an incomplete certificate. So we created an incomplete certificate based on modifying the certificate that we use in the civil division, and so we have begun that process with the appellate cases. Another thing that I noticed is we were receiving all of these supplemental orders from the Fourth Circuit to submit exhibits and other kinds of evidence. In meeting with the staff, they were under the impression that you didn't send exhibits to the appellate court. You waited for them to ask for it. So my question was, okay, well, show me the law that says you have to wait, because every law that I've seen said it all needs to go at one time. So of course, there was no law that said that you had to wait. It was practice and custom. So I was able to contact Justin Woods, who is the clerk of court at the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeal. Clearly, we already had a relationship with each other from the civil division, and ask him directly, look, is there something that you all want? Is the staff not supposed to be sending us this? Because there's no law that says we're supposed to wait. And he said to me, no, he had not heard of that. So we are packaging those items up. He did say that there are certain items that they don't want immediately because it requires a certain kind of storage. So he would rather me wait on those items before we sent it, and he is going to send me that in writing, so that way we can ensure that we are complying with the law and with the preference of the Fourth Circuit. Next is expungements. So when you look at the expungement process, and that's always an item that is hot on discussion in multiple places. It's something that's discussed at the clerks' meetings all the time, at the Clerks Institute, where the educational training is done, and amongst the community, because people want to be able to clear their record once they have completed their process. So one of the things that I looked at in terms of the expungement process. So I got a basic training from the staff, and then a woman came in who needed some assistance, stopped me in the hallway. So when we went into the office, I already knew that we needed to pull the docket master to determine her charges. But she said to me, there's one particular charge that's on my record that is preventing me from getting a job. She knew she had multiple, but she was most concerned about that one. And since there's a fee associated with it, she wanted to prioritize what was going to happen. In assisting her and having the docket master pulled, we determined that she had 3 charges under one date of birth and 2 charges under another date of birth. So the universe that she was working with for her expungement process was 3, but it was really 5. And having a better understanding of the system and taking the time for us to be able to do the full research for a person helps them be able to better handle their process, whichever one it is they want to work with. So then that brings me to expungement day. So Judge Lombard and Judge Holmes met with me because they're doing an expungement day on July 9th. And basically that means that they were able to work with partners to get funds and opportunity for people to be able to get their expungements done at a reduced or no cost, depending on whatever arrangements they were able to make with the funders, the people who are going to provide the money. How that impacts the clerk's office is that means that we will have an influx of people coming in to request expungement packets because they will need that information that I just discussed researched and prepared by July 11th so that they can have their matter completed going through that process. So in partnership with them, what I suggested and what we have done as the clerk's office, we've set time aside Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. to have a triage desk, if you will, focused on assisting people to get their expungement packets for the expungement day that's going to happen July 11th. So we reallocated some of the resources within the office in order to have that focus 3 times a week during those office hours, including using the summer employees that we have because it's an opportunity for them to learn another process with the goal to create a foundation for the summer staff as they come on board with the office. We want them to learn something and we want to benefit from what they've learned while they're there. So next is staffing. We are still assessing the staffing in the office, but we know today that the office is understaffed. And I'm going to give you an example of that. We know that the office is understaffed because I have one person right now who is a supervisor who is also working 2 of the stations that he is supposed to be supervising and assisting with elections. So if that one person leaves the office, I have 4 vacancies. So we already know that the office is understaffed. The staff that works in the Criminal Records Division day to day are also the same staff that is working election work at night. So for example, last week I added 3 classes for poll commissioners. We trained them for May 16th. I wanted them to have additional training for the June 27th, just so that we could make sure that everything was good. So the staff from the Criminal Records Division work from 8 to 4 when the office is open to the public for criminal records, and then they work from 4 until approximately 7:30, helping train poll commissioners. The election day Saturday starts at 6 a.m. and runs roughly until 11:30 or so whenever we are finished. So the same people that were working already Monday through Friday from 8 to 4 are working those additional hours during an election cycle. And clearly this last couple of months, we've had 2 election days, May 16th and June 27th, where this has occurred. So in order to ensure efficiency in both the criminal records operations and the elections operations, we will need additional people. So then the next item is technology. So, as I said, the office implemented new technology, a case management system in November 2025. To this point, I've attended some of the meetings with the partners, including the bus, where all of the meeting from the criminal justice partners are being filtered together and then redisseminated to whichever departments are necessary. So in doing that, we're looking at, and I've also met with Nathaniel Weaver, and I have other appointments scheduled throughout this process. So one of the things that I saw is that the clerk's office staff is receiving emails at various times of the day and night and weekend to make corrections to data. So this is what I mean by that. And it's all urgent, because if a person is sitting in magistrate court and their name is misspelled, that needs to be corrected in order for them to be able to move through the rest of the system. If a person is sitting waiting to be brought to magistrate court, but they are not listed as a defendant in the system, then we don't even know that they're there in order to add them to the list. And so the sheriff and I had a meeting about some other things, and we addressed that as well, because what we're finding is some of the partners' information needs to be corrected on the front end. So this is an example. So the sheriff's office person called my person and said, this person's not in the system, we need them added. And I said, well, hold up, because we need to ask more questions, right? By the time I sat down with the sheriff, it was determined that when the person was arrested, their name wasn't added to the system. So it wasn't a correction that the sheriff's office needed to make, it was actually a correction that the arresting agency needed to make, but the way the bus goes, information comes in. So even if they updated it, the updated information still would not reach us, which is something that I asked Nathaniel Weaver about, and they're going to look into. But what it does mean is that clerk's office staff is making corrections on the fly, right? Which is not a good process or a procedure. It is necessary at the moment so that the person can move along in the system. But it is something that needs to be resolved in terms of what is the correct process in order to do that. There's going to have to be some kind of court order, court interference, or the DA's office, or this bus system be updated so when the party responsible for the information makes the update, they can make the correction and then it updates to our system. Am I making sense? Okay. Technology was the last item on our list, so we thank you all very much for allowing us to provide that update.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilman Green, Councilman Harris, any questions? No?
Everything that you said didn't make sense, except I don't understand how someone can be arrested and then the information not be entered into the system by the arresting agency, whether it be federal, state, or local, conducting the arrest. What happens? Where's the miss?
Okay, so I haven't seen this for myself. I'm going to tell you what I was told.
Okay.
I was told that there was a process before where the arresting officer had to stay at the sheriff's office and wait to verify that a person was entered into the system. The sheriff's office would have an opportunity to check it before the arresting officer moved on. As I understand it, that's inconsistent. So then the person ends up at the sheriff's office, and at a certain time of day, there's magistrate court in the morning and in the afternoon. So everybody who's waiting to have a first appearance gets brought from the sheriff's office to the court in order to be seen. So a person, if they were not processed properly through each aspect of the system, could be brought over and they not show up on the clerk's office side because the information was not entered and therefore did not properly flow through the process. As to specifically why that could occur, I don't know the answer to that question, because at the point that I'm dealing with it, it's already not there.
Well, when someone is brought in by an arresting officer, and I'm going to talk to you about it afterwards, but it's only because you brought it up. For the person to arrive at the sheriff's office, someone has taken information that they plugged in somewhere. What am I missing? I mean, how could you?
Well, you're not missing it.
Are you telling me it's as simple as that? Somebody didn't plug it in? I mean, it's a person.
I'm not going to tell you that's a simple thing, because I don't know how simple or difficult it is for the person that's responsible for producing that information. But the outcome is as you described it. But I can't tell you if it's simple or not. They would have to answer that question.
I'll talk to you about it more. It's almost seeming as if a human being gets lost in the system. Is it as simple as that? I mean, they just get lost in the system.
What?
Yes. I don't know.
Well, what I can tell you is,
Scarier than the gun storage.
Councilmember, what I can tell you is this. They're not lost at the point that they hit the clerk's office because we add them into the system. So then they're able to move along through the process.
Okay.
A number of things. It could be the person who's taking the information is not taking it correctly. I didn't hear correctly. I typed something wrong. When the person first enters the system at the arrest. I mean, after the arrest, when they come into the prison. It could be a lot of things.
I can understand the typos, but it sounds as if there's no record beyond typo. I don't care if the name is misspelled or even the street is misspelled or the crime is misspelled. It just seems curious to me that there wouldn't be a safety valve or mechanism up front so that you don't have to ask on a clerk's level, basically, who is this?
Right.
I don't know. I'm trying to make it as simple a question as I can because I find that a little bit challenging. But it's not on your end. You didn't do it because once they get to the clerk's office, all
But it affects.
we have arrests made by local, state, federal partners. I'll try to find out more from you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember Green. Any online comments, Mr. Nita? Any public comments?
Well, no, I'm sorry. I actually did have one other question, and it's on me because I looked like I was finished. But now with the additional responsibilities that have been given to your office to try to mimic what's going on in the state, in other jurisdictions, the financing of the offices comes from a lot of the fees that are collected. You've heard the criminal court judges express that there could be more concerns. How do you address the criminal district court judges and what your office can do to help them with this consolidation?
There's no relationship between how that functions by law.
So the law would have to be changed.
Yeah, there's no relationship between how those things function.
Well, how does it Wait, I'm sorry. You know, I actually meant the clerk's function. I'm sorry, and I did say judges, didn't I?
Right,
Take that back. Anybody who's listening, I meant to say the consolidation of the clerk's offices, under your responsibilities. Are there any concerns that we have relative to the financing of the criminal side?
We're still working through so Act 15 transferred duties, functions, and responsibilities to the Clerk of Civil District Court's office. The legislation does not reflect consolidated. And Act 15 lays out specifically how those criminal duties and responsibilities are continued to be financed. What I can tell you today is we're still going through and determining what the costs are associated with that office because there's not one set of information that says what it is. Because there is a relationship with the city, and we did meet with the CAO's office last week to start understanding that process and what those requirements and those kinds of things are. So we're just scratching the surface.
Right. I didn't ask the question correctly, but that's kind of what I was getting at. In other parishes, of course, it's I guess a judicial fund or something, the collection of funds that funds the criminal and the civil matters. It's been suggested that you have reserves that might be able to be of assistance. But is there anything that we should be concerned about as a city?
The legislation lays out how those responsibilities and duties are supposed to be funded.
And it involves the city. It involves the city coming up with more money. Okay, I've been beating around the bush. I don't know what this state is doing. Where do you think we have all of this money? Now, so now I'll tell you what I was trying to ask in a more diplomatic way. And it's continuing my argument. Where are all these notions that the city has the ability to assume all these costs coming from? I'll leave it at that. That's not for you to...
Yeah, because I don't know the answer.
That's not an answer for you, but sometimes I just use too many words. At the end of the day, it's yet another example of something that's going to be imposed upon the city that we don't have an idea of how much it's going to be, but it's a responsibility that the state has put on us. That's all. You don't have to comment on that. I think my message is clear on that one, Thank you for the presentation. The thoroughness of it is greatly appreciated. This is the first time that I've had an opportunity to have this thorough report from your office. But I do want to since you brought up the electoral process, I do want to applaud your office relative to the conducting of the last couple of elections.
Thank you, we appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Next, Judge Shea, Municipal and Traffic Court.
You gonna sit right there?
You can do that. All right, Judge, whenever you're ready.
Yes.
And your
Good afternoon.
presentation is up.
Yes.
Start. Just you and me.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for having us here. For the record, my name is Judge Mark Shea. I preside over Division D. To my left is Marie Karen. She is the director of the Community Court, Municipal and Traffic Court. So I'd just like to quote Billy Shakespeare before we get started, that brevity is the soul of wit. So which means I promise you I'll be fast. We are fortunate. I've listened today to a lot of agencies talk about needs and stuff, but as you know, we got a brand new building.
Yeah.
It has some deficiencies, but in the grand scheme of things, it's brand spanking new. The air conditioning works, and we thank the city for funding it and getting it built. So before we go further, I think we're going to reverse up. We're going to let Marie go first and talk about community court. I'll talk about some of the basic things, and then we'll finish with the online case resolution.
Okay.
But I promise you, we'll be quick. It's getting late in the afternoon. And just one more thing, council member, I would ask, you're a baseball fan, right? Somewhat.
To some degree, yeah.
Yeah, I would just ask that you keep us from the bottom of the line, but maybe put us at cleanup next time so we can get in and out a little quicker.
We'll put you at the top of the lineup next time. We want to get our judges in and out, so we'll make sure that you, criminal court, and juvenile at the top.
Great, thank you very much. All right, Marie.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Marie Karen, Director of Community Court, and I'll keep it brief as well. I know I've presented to you before and members of the council. So for the last 2 years, we've been operational at Municipal and Traffic Court. We work with people who come through our court who have low-level misdemeanors and need help with their social service needs. So in the past 2 years, we've screened over 1,200 people for our program. We've served over 600, and then just this year alone, we've had 148 people who have come through, and we've connected them to social workers. Some of the top charges that people are coming into our court with include theft, trespassing, property damage, disturbing the peace, noise complaints. This is from the end of 2025, this data, but it remains the same to date, that these are more or less the top charges. As it might not surprise you that these are charges that result when people do not have their basic needs met. For example, trespassing might be someone who is unhoused and sleeping outside, maybe somewhere they shouldn't be. Disturbing the peace, that could be someone who is dealing with some sort of trauma or emotional dysregulation of some type, and things go a little awry and they come through our court. What do? We address the root causes of that behavior. We connect them with social workers. Here are some of the most common needs that we will find upon assessment. So you can see, and let me also add, these are broken down individually, but it wouldn't surprise you that over half of our people have co-occurring needs. So they might have a flag for mental health, but also have housing needs. So we get people in, we address their needs depending on what their most significant need is. Tuesday, we address housing. Wednesday's job and skills. Thursday's behavioral health. And the city attorney looks upon work with us favorably for their case resolution. This is new. This next piece I'm showing you, our partners at the Justice Management Institute, JMI, helped us break down and analyze the recidivism data for the court writ large, but then also for our program. What this shows us, and you can see it here in these two graphs, the recidivism rate, so people who are coming in with 2 or more cases, 3 or more cases from Municipal and Traffic Court, you can see it's about 20% over the course of 5 years. We might have repeat offenders. For Community Court, that's 47%. This is exciting to me because it shows for the first time that we are targeting the right people. We've got the right people in our program, people who are behaving in such a way that it's resulting in these public disorder, public safety offenses. We've got them here to provide services. This is another graph showing the same information essentially in a different form. This is over the course of 2 years. You can really see the breakaway. With this, we can start to track our efficacy and show that what I truly and deeply believe as a social worker, you connect people to the services that they need, and things will go more smoothly in their life. We won't see them again, and that's what we'll be able to track more efficiently. Other updates really quickly. Our presiding judge, Chief Judge Robert E. Jones, is stepping down at the end of this year, so we'll have a leadership transition within the court. We're very lucky that a number of judges are interested, and so I'm excited for the future of community court. It's gonna look different, and we're gonna figure out what it will be, and it's gonna be great. Funding and staffing, we have applied to 2 federal grants this year to support our staffing pattern as it is, which is right now, we're completely staffed. We have a full team of social workers, there's 5 of us. If we do not get those grants, that is a problem we'll have to find solutions for, because we are only funded through the end of the year.
We'll be coming back to see you guys at budget.
Exactly. So we'll be speaking in more depth in a month or so, but that's where we stand in terms of that significant piece. And that's it for me. Unless you all have questions,
Any questions of Marie before I move on? Councilmember Green, Councilmember Freddie? All right, so just to kind of finish up, based on what you learned today from Captain Mishu, is that their traffic enforcement has increased considerably, which means that the amount of filings in our court has increased as well, because all traffic violations come to traffic and municipal court. So that means that I think we had 25,000 or so filings last year, and he's written 16,000 so far this year. So we hope to exceed the 25,000 filings. That's municipal and traffic court combined. Just one more thing that I'd like to just talk about, which we have talked about, is the OCR, which is an acronym for Online Case Resolution. That's nearing completion of the build. We started that 4 years ago. Kalamuna was the company that was contracted through us through a grant through the ARPA funds, that they think in September, October, it's going to be a full rollout. We meet weekly. It's really impressive as to what this is going to be able to increase access for the public, to hopefully reduce failure to appears. Just to give you a quick recap, it's a quick read code on the back of the ticket. People will use that to access our system. They'll register and they'll be able to talk to a prosecutor either through a defendant portal, or they can hire an attorney through an attorney portal, where they can share information and hopefully have their case resolved prior to or in lieu of coming down to traffic court 4 and 5 times to resolve their traffic matter. We are a pilot court. There's 5 other pilot courts across the nation. So I'm also in a national working group. We've also been recognized internationally through our OCR work. And hopefully it's through an open source platform, which means that we can't sell it, nor can the people that built it. So it's free for anybody who wants to use it. So that was important in our initial contractual constraints, that it had to be open source. So we're almost there. I would think by the end of the year it should be up and running full time, and hopefully you can get a chance to come see and watch it work. Okay. And I invite both of you to come back and see the new building. I know Councilmember Harris came when we had that low check sharing. But
we were there for the ribbon. We were there. Both of us. We were there. The ribbon cutting, when y'all cut the ribbon on the.
Oh, that's right. Y'all were there. I forgot. Y'all were there.
Very nice.
I apologize.
Very nice.
I'm getting old. My memories, I have a hard time remembering what I had for breakfast yesterday, much less 6 months ago. So thank you. Right. Okay. Any questions?
No questions. Now we know it's a tough job. Everyone has cuts, but I will say that the municipal and traffic court is a very, very important piece to the overall quality of life in the city, because a lot of people don't realize those theft charges, those petty, which seem to be petty theft charges, those seem to be petty traffic court charges or disturbing the peace, they come to you.
Right.
And that's very important to a lot of our people that come to quality of life. So thank you.
And that's why community court's so important, council member, because what the idea was that putting them back into the system was not, they were just a revolving door. So we're trying to get to the underlying cause of why they maybe keep stealing or they keep disturbing the peace. And what Marie said, it may be a myriad of things, and it usually comes from either, just mental health or substance abuse or a combination of both. So Marie and her team have done a really great job at tackling that and getting people placed. So we appreciate the funding, and hopefully the federal government will give us the grant so we don't need to come to you for additional funding.
Hopefully. You heard the cardinal. It's tight on him, it's tight on everybody. So hopefully one less division needing some money go a long way.
Right.
But thank you, Judge.
All right, but thank you again. Appreciate
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next, we will hear from the Independent Police Monitor, Ms. McGowan.
Okay.
Good to see you, Judge. All right. All right, Judge. Next time, you can talk. Where's Juvenile at? All right. Thank you. Ms. McGowan, you can tell your assistant she can come to the. You want to come to the front?
She wants to take pictures. You could.
She can come to the front.
Come to the front, you say?
Yeah, get some better angles.
Oh, Lord. You called me Miss McGowan twice.
I'm sorry, can you pronounce it for me?
You said Miss McGowan twice.
Right. That's a correct pronunciation.
No, my name is Williams.
Oh, sorry.
Good afternoon. Thank you to the council for having us present. My name is Stella Cement, and I'm the Independent Police Monitor for the City of New Orleans, and I'm joined today with Chriselle Williams, the Deputy Police Monitor. The Office of the Independent Police Monitor is an independent branch of city government responsible for monitoring the New Orleans Police Department in accordance with our creating statute, which is a part of the Home Rule Charter. Today, we will review relevant data from the Office of the Independent Police Monitor and from the Public Integrity Bureau, and we'll provide a couple relevant updates regarding our work. Our primary responsibilities are to monitor, review, and recommend on policies, practices, and training and leadership and supervision in the fields of misconduct, force, officer discipline and disciplinary appeals, risk management, legality, and liability. We are required by law to conduct our community outreach to include the public and stakeholders in policing concerns. We're required to operate our community police mediation program in order to build trust in the police department after allegations of misconduct, and to operate our office as a site where the public and NOPD employees alike can file complaints of officer misconduct or accounts of positive policing, otherwise known as accommodations. When we monitor, we are required to focus on disciplinary proceedings, use of force review board hearings, formal disciplinary investigations, and incidents of force, including going to critical incident scenes and monitoring the force investigation from start to finish. The ultimate goal is to ensure the police department is compliant with law, constitutional in their actions, responsive and inclusive to the community they seek to serve, and is unbiased and a safe place for all individuals to work. So starting with our data from the first half of the year, we're going to present data regarding our complaints and misconduct system, officer discipline, officer force, and the use of force review board, contact only and criminal liaisons, accommodations and policing awards, and our mediation programs, including our traditional police community mediation, our post-investigation mediation program, which is available after the formal disciplinary investigation is complete, and the district-based mediation program, which is now available for individuals seeking conflict resolution in lieu of calling 911. So focusing first on complaints of officer misconduct. So far this year, the Public Integrity Bureau, which is the Internal Affairs Division of the NOPD, has received approximately 333 complaints of officer misconduct. So each complaint may include multiple allegations of misconduct that occurred during one encounter. The OIPM is responsible for referring 132 complaint referral letters in 2026. So at the time that we created this presentation, we had received one additional complaint of officer misconduct, but it wasn't yet entered into our system, which is why those two numbers are different. There's the number that we've submitted to PIB so far and the number that we're currently handling. And that's just the difference in one day. As part of that process, our office will review all related body-worn camera footage. We will pull electronic police reports. We'll look at the officer's disciplinary history and flag any patterns or concerns. And then we will identify all appropriate allegations to raise in terms of violations, potentially a policy, for the investigator of the misconduct to consider. So, we have received additional complaints this year than we've received in the past, and we wanted to be able to provide some extra information to the City Council and to the public about what's happened to those complaints once we've submitted them. So there has been 89 complaints that we have received regarding facial recognition or surveillance concerns. Of the 132 complaints that we have submitted to the Public Integrity Bureau, 74 of those complaints were found to require no additional investigation. So they were classified as NFIM, which means no further formal investigation merited. 4 of those complaints were cleared by body camera footage. 4 of those complaints resulted in credible violation investigations. So that means that most likely from reviewing the body-worn camera footage and from reviewing the matter, that more likely than not, there was a credible violation of policy. And this is a truncated process that is now available to officers to be able to opt into and for PIB to be able to use. 9 of our cases are currently in PIB's intake. 14 of those cases were classified as other, which is a new classification that's available within the Public Integrity Bureau. 12 cases currently have no information available in NOPD's database system. And 10 of the 132 that were submitted have resulted in formal disciplinary investigations. And right now, many of them are being investigated and are currently ongoing. In terms of officer discipline, we've included on this slide an understanding of how the disciplinary system works within the NOPD. The Office of the Independent Police Monitor, we monitor the Public Integrity Bureau's formal disciplinary hearings. There's 2 types of hearings that we're monitoring. There's captain panel hearings and there's superintendent committee hearings. So far this year, we have monitored 8 captain's panel hearings and 12 superintendent committee hearings. And we wanted to include some additional information regarding what some of those disciplinary outcomes have been. So 9 of those matters are currently under advisement or pending. They're awaiting discipline. 5 have resulted in suspension. 9 have resulted in termination. 1 has resulted in a rank demotion. 2 have resulted in education-based discipline, and 3 have resulted in disciplinary letters. And we did flag for the public reviewing this PowerPoint that some officers were suspended or demoted and were also terminated. So some of those things might have happened to the same individual. Moving on to use of force and critical incidents. Our office has monitored now 3 firearm discharges in 2026. I say 3 because one occurred on Friday after we had submitted this presentation, and our office was out at the scene and monitored that investigation that was done by the force investigation team. The 2 firearm discharges that are already on this presentation, both of them were incidents involving animals, and my understanding is that the animals were not injured in either incident. Those were also considered the 2 critical incidents that occurred in 2026. We've also monitored additional force allegations that the force investigation team was out conducting investigations about. And there's been 4 force incidents that were non-critical incidents in 2026 that are mostly about taser deployments, where individuals may have received additional deployments of the taser, or they may have had to be hospitalized due to injuries. All of our monitoring is conducted pursuant to our Memorandum of Understanding with the NOPD, and in accordance with our creating statute. We try to notify the public whenever we're out monitoring a scene to be as transparent as possible, as long as that scene is public. And we're on call 24 hours a day, every day of the year for these force investigations. I included a sample of what our on-call schedule looks like, so that way the public would be able to understand that there's always someone from our office available to go out to the scenes. After a force investigation is completed, that force investigation will go before the Use of Force Review Board. So far this year, there's been 7 cases that have been heard in the Use of Force Review Board hearings. There was 21 cases that were heard in 2025, just as a point of comparison. So 3 months of Use of Force Review Board meetings have been canceled so far this year. I will say that sometimes these hearings end up getting backloaded on the year, so we do anticipate there will be a busy fall. Of the 7 cases that have gone to Use of Force Review Board hearings, 14% have resulted in a violation of department regulations, guidelines, or policy. 14% have resulted in no vote, and 71% have been found to be within department regulations, guidelines, or policies. We've included some pictures of the the Use of Force Review Board hearings that we attend, so that way there would again be a little bit more transparency about what that room might look like. There's a formal presentation that is done by the investigator, and then the voting members are able to vote on the force after there's a very robust discussion about any concerns that the stakeholders may have, or just discussion about the force in general. We also included a picture of actually myself participating in a demonstration that was done by the force investigation team about a new tactic that might be utilized by the NOPD in the future called the RAP. And this was something that the NOPD has been considering as a way to be able to de-escalate potential force and to ensure that individuals are able to be transported safely without possibly harming themselves or others while being brought into a squad car or being transported within that squad car.
So, good afternoon. I'm going to discuss community liaisons and contact only. Not everyone who contacts our office is filing a misconduct complaint, and many people simply need guidance, information, or help navigating different systems. And providing that assistance is an important part of our mission. So we generally categorize these interactions into 2 different groups. We have community liaisons, which is assisting community members with navigating interactions with the NOPD, facilitating communication with the Public Integrity Bureau or other police districts or other specialized divisions, or just helping them understand the status of an ongoing investigation. We also have contact onlys, and this encompasses individuals who reach out seeking information, guidance, or assistance regarding another law enforcement agency or city department. Even when a matter falls outside of the jurisdiction of our office, we don't simply tell people we cannot help them. We work to connect them with the agency best equipped to resolve their issues. And so far this year, we have done 11 community liaisons, and in 2025, we made 13 referrals to non-NOPD agencies, including the Department of Public Works, the Office of the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office, Louisiana State Police, DCFS, and others. So this demonstrates that our office serves as a resource for community, even when other agency ultimately has jurisdiction. This work helps ensure the community members are connected to the right resources and don't have to navigate the criminal legal system alone.
Next, we're discussing how we're trying to increase public trust in the police department through the use of receiving accounts of positive policing, otherwise known as commendations, and how we're now sponsoring a constitutional policing award, which is given to a recruit of every graduating class of NOPD's Academy. So far this year, we have sponsored one award at the one graduation that has been conducted. There will be a second graduation that will be held in July, and the OIPM will be presenting our second Constitutional Policing Award at that graduation ceremony.
Do you know the date?
I believe the date is July, is it?
I believe it's July 17th, if I'm not mistaken.
17th?
I think so. I can double check.
We can check that and let
Thank
you
you.
know. As it gets closer, I'm sure they're going to advertise it as well. We've received 2 commendation requests from members of the public. We also have generated commendation requests as part of our post-investigation mediation process, because that's entirely voluntary for police officers to participate, and it is after the investigation is complete. Therefore, there really isn't a clear incentive for police officers to willingly participate the same way with our traditional community police mediation program, where participation would result in the ending of any formal disciplinary investigation. Here, they're voluntarily agreeing to come to the table after the investigation has been completed. We want to make sure that we recognize those officers who are prioritizing sitting face-to-face with community members and having the hard conversations and trying to rebuild relationships. We really appreciate officers that are willing to come to the table on that.
Next, we'll be talking about community police mediation. So mediation is another important tool the OIPM uses to strengthen relationships between the NOPD and the community members. We currently operate 3 mediation programs, each serving a completely different purpose. We have community police mediation, which allows officers and community members to voluntarily resolve concerns in lieu of a formal disciplinary investigation when appropriate. The success of the program is rooted in the willingness of both parties to participate in it. Each person voluntarily comes to the table with a trained OIPM mediator who facilitates a respectful dialogue, allowing both parties to share their perspectives, listen to one another, and work toward a mutual understanding. And we also have post-investigation mediation, which provides an opportunity for dialogue after an investigation has concluded, allowing both participants to discuss the incident and move toward understanding or closure. Because the investigation has already concluded, as Stella has mentioned, sometimes with findings in favor of the officer, there is no obligation for either party to participate. When an officer still chooses to voluntarily sit down with a community member and engage in that conversation, it demonstrates a commitment to communication, professionalism, and community trust. And to recognize that commitment, the OIPM issues the participating officer a commendation that becomes a part of the officer's personnel file. And lastly, we do have the district-based community mediation program. And this focuses on recurring conflicts within the community, whether between neighbors, family members, members of the same household, businesses, or others, where mediation may help address the underlying dispute before it escalates into repeated calls for police service. Through a trained mediator, participants have the opportunity to work toward a mutually agreeable resolution that addresses the root cause of the conflict. And the goal is to resolve the underlying issues, reducing the need for repeated law enforcement intervention while promoting healthier relationships and long-term solutions. In 2026, we've already held 7 community police mediations, 1 post-investigation mediation, and 1 district-based community mediation. In addition to facilitating these mediations, we also continue to train both mediators and NOPD personnel to support these programs. Mediation provides another avenue for accountability, communication, and conflict resolution, helping build trust while reducing unnecessary adversarial interactions. Next, we have community outreach and public engagement. Community engagement is a core responsibility of the OIPM because effective oversight begins with accessibility and public awareness. The City Code requires our office to hold outreach meetings throughout each council district and maintain regular engagement with police associations. And we strive to go beyond those minimum requirements by also participating in community events across the city. As of June, we've participated in 39 community outreach events. These events include events such as Coffee with the IPM, which provides an opportunity for a sit-down, one-on-one with community members in an informal setting to answer questions, discuss concerns, and explain the work of the OIPM. We've held these events at places like Cafe Noir in St. Roch, Pontilli Coffee in Gentilly, and most recently at Beckatown Coffee Parlor. Our next Coffee with the IPM will be held at Beckatown Coffee Parlor again on Monday, July 6th from 8:30 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. And we encourage everyone to stop by, grab a cup of coffee, and come chat with us.
And while we're shouting out the coffee shops that have hosted us, I want to make sure we include Old Road.
Oh yes, Old Road as well. And we also participate in community festivals and neighborhood events, including tabling, and I also had the pleasure of being a judge at District C's annual Crawfish Ball hosted by none other than Councilmember Freddie King III. We appear in podcasts and media appearances, and we also do educational presentation and informational tabling at events. These opportunities allow us to educate residents about the complaint process, explain the role of the OIPM, answer questions, and hear directly from the community about their concerns and experiences. Building trust starts long before someone files a complaint. Consistent community engagement helps ensure residents know who we are, what we do, and how to access our office if we're ever needed.
So if you would like to learn more about any of our work or any of our data, we highly encourage you to check out our website or our social media platforms. It's all available, including our 2025 annual report, which Chriselle will discuss more now.
So yes, we have recently released our 2025 annual report at the end of May, which provides a comprehensive overview of our work throughout the year. This report highlights trends in misconduct complaints, disciplinary investigations, use of force and critical incidents, our mediation efforts, and community engagement activities. It also identifies areas of progress, opportunities for improvement, and recommendations intended to strengthen police accountability, professionalism, and community trust. The report serves as an important transparency tool by providing the public, City Council, and other stakeholders with meaningful information about both police oversight and OIPM activities. We'd also like again to thank the City of New Orleans and NOPD for their assistance in providing the information necessary to complete this report. The annual report is one of the OIPM's most important transparency tools. It allows the public and policymakers to see not only the work we've completed throughout the year, but also trends, challenges, and opportunities that help guide future improvements in policing and police oversight. And if anybody's interested in looking in that report, you can find it at our website on www.nolaipm.gov.
Last time we were here, I provided an update about the IPM appointment process. The Independent Police Monitor is an appointed position that serves under the Ethics Review Board, similar to the Inspector General. The Office of the Independent Police Monitor is run by the Independent Police Monitor, and the Independent Police Monitor, who is right now me, serves in 4-year terms. So we are appointed by the Ethics Review Board, and the Ethics Review Board is made up of appointed members that represent the different higher education institutions in New Orleans, and one individual is appointed from the mayor. The Ethics Review Board is responsible for overseeing the Office of the Independent Police Monitor and the Office of the Inspector General. My 4-year term is now up. I am serving beyond my term. Right now, the position of the Independent Police Monitor has been open to a national search. I want to be clear to the public, I have not resigned this position. I have formally requested reappointment. The public is more than welcome to attend any meeting that is hosted by the Ethics Review Board regarding this matter. Everything regarding reappointment or appointment or the selection process, including potentially interviews, is going to be done publicly. Those board meetings are open to all. The next board meeting will be held on July 21st in this room. And so I highly encourage the public, NOPD officers, stakeholders, elected leaders, anyone who's affected by our work to weigh in on what they're looking for and to let the Ethics Review Board know what they think is going right, what could be improved, and just speak out about what they're looking for in a leader of that office. So with that, that is all of the updates that the Office of the Independent Police Monitor has to share right now. We welcome any questions or public comments or...
Councilman Green?
No, and thank you very much for the details. Sometimes people ask me what I'm looking at on the phone. I appreciate the fact that your report is available to us, as others are. Somebody sent me a text message, you're looking down at your phone. Well, I'm looking down at my phone because all the information about this meeting and your presentation's on the phone. That's all. I want to make that clear to the public. But I don't really have any questions because you provided the detail that is necessary. I do appreciate your mentioning from time to time that you're working with the police, because it doesn't have to be an adversarial process. And a lot of people feel, go get them on either side. At the end of the day, it's about providing for the maximum of public safety, and that is provided when there's a maximum amount of communication between the two. Sometimes people say, oh, you're pro this or you're anti this. No, it's all about being pro safety in the city, and that can be achieved mostly by having enhanced communication. So I appreciate that. I appreciate your recognition of the persons who are doing the job correctly. I mean, at the police, the graduations, that they're insisting on constitutional policing, because for a city our size to have made the progress that we've made without having an abundance of complaints, it suggests that our officers are concerned about constitutional patrols, constitutional investigations, and I appreciate your role in helping to make sure that those things happen.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you for your hard work over the last 4 years, and your office has been very needed and appreciated in our community, so we appreciate it. Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Hope we can get one of those coffees with the Independent Police Monitor on the West Bank.
We're trying to. We're trying to.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
All right.
Especially since you're the one and only Freddie King, huh? You're very distinct.
Two more. I know 2 more. 3 more.
Then I'll make sure, Councilman Green, that I figure out what date it is and check and give it back to you, the actual date of graduation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Up next, and our last presenter for today will be the Juvenile Justice Intervention Center. I'm assuming there's no public comments, Ms. Anita? No. We do have one for JJIC. It's Mr. Belden Baptiste. We heard his comments of support earlier today.
That's fine.
We can call it now. You want to come back?
I sent it to Kyle.
Uh-oh. The presentation?
Yeah, but if not,
I think it's on my phone, so I'll be able to follow.
I sent it to Kyle. Johnson. All right. Well, they see them that way.
Yeah, the same, man.
My eyes are so blue.
Yours.
Well, I'll get started while they look for my presentation. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I'm here to provide the quarterly updates on the work of the Juvenile Justice Intervention Center. And while I look forward to sharing our progress, I am also here with an important request. I, Ms. Williams, on behalf of the Juvenile Justice Intervention Center, respectfully ask that the Juvenile Justice Intervention Center be respected as a public safety agency and afforded the same level of attention, support, and consideration as the Orleans Justice Center, the New Orleans Police Department, EMS, and the Fire Department. JJIC is a secure juvenile detention facility, and we are an essential part of New Orleans' public safety system. Over the past several years, JJIC has worked intentionally and diligently to change the narrative of our agency. We have built a culture of transparency, accountability, and professionalism. Today, JJIC is a place where staff and youth feel safer, morale has significantly improved, and critical incidents have been reduced to the point that they are now rare. These accomplishments are the direct result of the unwavering commitment of our staff, our extremely small leadership team, and our community partners. Every day, our dedicated staff, alongside our community partners, work tirelessly to rehabilitate, restore, and prepare the youth in our care for successful reentry into the community. While JJIC is a detention center, it is also a place of hope, accountability, education, and transformation. So today, I also extend a sincere invitation to every city council member and all city officials to visit JJIC. I encourage you to come and witness firsthand the incredible work being done by our staff, our community partners, and most importantly, the young people in our care. Despite the challenges and circumstances that brought them to JJIC, many of these youth are working every day to change the trajectory of their lives. They are choosing growth, embracing opportunities, and striving to become better than their circumstances that they have faced. I also ask that JJIC receive your attention and support not only during times of crisis or when there's a public safety issue, but also during times of success. Too often, our agency is recognized only when something goes wrong. We invite you to celebrate the progress, the innovation, and the lives being changed within our walls every day. Supporting JJIC during these positive moments reinforces the important work being accomplished and acknowledges the dedication of the professionals and you who make this progress possible. We ask for your partnership, your support, not only for the dedicated professionals who serve these young people, but also for the youth themselves who deserve every opportunity to succeed. So with that, I want to say thank you for your time and considerations. I know it's only 2 council members here right now, but I know you come often, Councilmember King, and you do too, Councilmember Green. It saddens me that JJIC is really working hard. Staff, youth, community partners to help those young people make a difference in their life and make more positive decisions and choices, and we are providing them with the tools to do that, but nobody really seem to care other than this few group of people that come and show up constantly. And so while I am the messenger, what I brought to you today is pretty much how the staff of JJI feel and how the youth of JJIC feel.
Points well taken, Director Williams, and I'm gonna continue to show my support. I'm sure Councilman Green will do the same. I'll let Councilman Green have the floor, then I'll close us out with some comments.
Oh, no, I mean, you certainly know that I'm going to attend, and it's heard loud and clearly. The reason that I'm there is because I recognize that it's an important part of helping young people who are many times crying out for help, very honestly. So I appreciate the work that you do. I understand the challenges. I mean, certainly financially, we all know where the city is, but I will continue to support it, and will encourage people to recognize that it's a very important institution in our city that deserves our support. And there are sometimes ways to support it beyond the city. For example, activities that I can help to promote that, you want the public to know more of, or if you want to have hearings in the community and let people understand truly what's going on so that they don't, just view it as a jail or the youth study center of the past. You let me know too, and we'll get people out there so that they can hear about it. And sometimes that helps because we need more support from the state of Louisiana too. I'll just be blunt and straightforward. Here I go again, it's my fourth time saying it, but now it really needs to be said as often as we can meet. I mean, the state is acting as if the city is an entity unto itself and not part of an entire state. But yet they come here for access to resources, access to events and things like that. So I hope that during this next year especially, that there is some more of a commitment, certainly that we can get our finances in better shape, but also that the state recognizes that we're all in this together and that we need help.
Yeah, no, absolutely, I agree. I say often when I come here, I never want to minimize the fact that there are victims out there that some of these you may have harmed and allegedly have harmed in some type of way. But if we don't get it right inside of JJIC in that small time frame that we have to try to help them gain the tools and the resources that they need to transform into better individuals, then they return to these same communities and continue to do the same thing. So we are working extremely hard to the best of our ability, and again, the support from you guys and our community partners is really was helping the very small staff that we have at JJIC try to change the narrative and hopefully change the trajectory of some of these children's lives.
I can be a strong advocate of victims as I am. I mean, a founder of an organization called Voices of the Victims of Crime because they don't get heard. They suffer in silence many times. Their families are disrupted. But you can be a supporter in that area of need and also recognize that when you're dealing with sometimes even the perpetrators of the crimes, that it's great and best if you can work with them to enhance their quality of life as they move forward, So I hear you loud and clear relative to support.
All right, thank you. I'm gonna go quickly because I know we've been here all day. You ready? All right. So
Real quick, I just want to acknowledge that Councilman Hughes has joined us.
All right. All right. Welcome. All right. So in quarter two, JJIC had 96 new admits into the facility, with the top detention charge being Orleans Parish juvenile court warrant. And what I would say about those warrants is that a large portion of those arrests on the OJC warrant had to do with the electronic monitoring devices, and I'm not going to call it actual violations. It was just more malfunctioning and errors, and so they are brought in by the state juvenile probation and probation officers to JJIC, and they may have to sit a day or two until we rectify those errors. We discharged 138 youth, 120 were court order, and again, a small percentage of that had to do, of those court orders were based on those arrests for electronic monitoring malfunctioning devices. We had 9 youth transferred to OJJ, and then we had 4 youth transferred to OJC, to the adult jail, and 3 that was placed in long-term mental health facilities. Our average length of stay is about 80 days for youth detained at JJIC. Our youth demographics is primarily youth between the ages of 15 and 16. African American males make up the most of our population. We've seen a 5% increase in our female population this quarter, a 5% decrease in our male population, and then overall, 96% of our population is African American. Our intensive in-home supervision currently today have 16 youth. In the second quarter, we enrolled 68 youth. We had 68 youth and families participated in our program this quarter. We had 29 new youth enrolled, 19 successfully graduated, and 11 unsuccessfully graduated, finished the program, and we had no new arrests from kids in our intensive in-home supervision program. JJIC is fortunate and blessed to have one of the best medical and behavioral health partnerships that any detention center could ask for. Our services are provided by Manny Family Children Hospital through the LCMC network. In this quarter, they saw an average of 45 youth. Based on our daily census, 113 mental health visits, 172 medical visits, 86 social work visits, and 165 sick calls. They are continuing to onboard full-time registered nurses, and so they hired 2 full-time nurses and 1 full-time social worker this quarter. In our awesome partnership with Travis Hill School, we hosted 2 graduation ceremonies for a total of 5 graduates. 75% of the students passed the LEAP test. We are entering into our summer session where students will have academic recovery credits for those that didn't fare out too well during the regular school year. They'll do LEAP remediation, and then in summer too, we'll participate in art and STEM, and also we call it our freedom school, where they'll go to school half of the day and the rest of the day will be filled with cultural enrichment. And we've added this art and STEM to that component. Our programming partners, JJIC has several structured programming partners that also aid and support our rehabilitative and restorative practices at JJIC, and so we do have some events that are coming up. We have our summer basketball tournament where the youth versus the staff. We put on a full basketball experience with a halftime show, and then we will have a summer program and showcase of all of the community partners that currently works inside of JJIC with the young people. They'll be showcasing their work and everything that they do with the youth. Something else we are also proud of, we revealed the mural on June 4th, and we also have a garden of forgiveness where we have youth currently working with Spectrum Arts New Orleans, with artist Journey Allen. They've created a garden where they are providing growing vegetables and fruit and foods that they are actually pulling from the garden and using those items to prepare healthy meals. So we can't wait till we have that unveiling so everyone can come in and see that space. In terms of our Human Resource Department, like much of everyone that presented today from the public safety and criminal justice arenas, we are critically understaffed. JJIC currently lacks all middle management. 0. I am the one-stop shop in terms of management, and I'm the overseer of the entire agency plus 4 other departments. I am literally begging for middle management. And if we want to continue to work on turning the narrative and keeping it positive at JJIC, I cannot provide direct oversight over the entire agency plus 4 individual departments. But on the softer side of things, we did hire 2 JDC1s, one JJIC grounds patrol officer, and there is an offer out, which she's accepted with a start date in the 3rd quarter for the superintendent of supportive services, who will be replacing Ms. Lee Reisman, and we had 1 social worker promoted to a senior social worker. All right, I'll let Mr. Compton, I'm sorry, I didn't even introduce y'all. I was just trying to get through this, but Mr. Compton, our Chief Operating Engineer, will talk about the issues as it relates to infrastructure and building maintenance.
Okay, at JJIC, we still struggle with our infrastructure, mainly because of budget constraints. Our chiller is at about 60% capacity, and we're just holding on with it. Our generators are really non-operational right now. If we have an outage like we had a few weeks ago. Last week. Right, they don't come on because there are 3 of them, but they work together. They don't work individually, and we are still awaiting from the contractor some parts so that we could finally get them together. Also, we are still working to try to get our replacement for our server, for our camera system. Only half our camera system is operational right now. And also, we're still awaiting funding for our grinder pumps, which is critically important for our plumbing system. Because of our population at the facility, a lot of clothing and other items go down the drains, and we have constant stoppages, blockages in the plumbing. But with the proper grinder pumps, that does not exist. But we're still waiting on that. So we're just hanging on. We have frequent plumber visits to clear the lines and stuff like that. But yeah, we're still struggling to try to keep things going.
All right. All right, so quarter 2 successes for JJIC is a decrease in daily youth population, as the sheriff, the police department has stated, the DA has stated, crime is going down, is definitely decreasing. We usually trend about 76 to sometimes overcrowding in our summer months, and today our population is 44 youth. And so there's definitely a decrease in our daily youth population. We're seeing less youth brought in or arrested. Our rehabilitative therapeutic instruction programming for youth is one of the best things that the city could have funded for JJIC. It is really contributing to the overall operations inside of JJIC, and it is contributing to us lowering our all our incidents, critical, major and minor. And then JJIC continues to aggressively reduce overtime to the best of our ability, so we can stay within our approved budget limits. Some of our highlights that we have, and I'll continue to, because I can't be grateful enough for this structure program, and it is really making a difference inside JJIC. So again, the funding for that and allowing JJIC to be able to afford an awesome structure programming partner we are thankful for that. And our many family children is also going paperless. They're going full electronic. And so they went live with their Epic medical record system. So JJIC will be fully paperless soon, once they get through their final training. And that's all I have. If you have any questions for me.
Councilmember Green, followed by Councilmember Hughes. Are there any questions? All right. Well, I just want to say thank you, Ms. Williams and your staff. You do a great job. Like everyone else up here today, you do more with less. And some of the stats are kind of disheartening, seeing as 97% of the kids there are black youth, 85% roughly of black boys. And we saw today where $200 a day is used, $73,000 a year is used to house one inmate. And if we invest a handful of that into our kids, we wouldn't have some of the issues we have. But I don't understand what it'll take to have the powers that be to realize where we're going is not sustainable. Do you have any idea how much it costs daily to house one of the kids?
It's $176, and that was about 5 years ago, and so I can get back to you with the current number. We went from the Office of Department of Children and Family Services to the Office of Juvenile Justice, and so in terms of has the cost changed? Yeah, with inflation, definitely. I can get back to you with the accurate number.
Let me know, but you said 176, so I'm gonna just put 180. Time, you said 80 days was the average stay?
Yes.
So that's $14,000 to house somebody. I mean, that's to.
And our capacity is 76, so that's 14,000 times 76, right?
Times 76. It's $1 million a year.
Yeah.
I mean, we do a whole lot more on the preventive side with $1 million a year, and $14,000 for 80 days. So that's college tuition for some universities for a year. Our priority is not hour. It just seems like the.
And I failed to mention, because we house two different populations, our longest average length of stay is 705 days.
Priorities in the wrong place, but yours in the right place. This council's priorities in the right place. We'll continue together to make this city a safer city. So thank you.
All right, thank you.
With that, I make a motion to adjourn. Second by Councilmember Green. All in favor? Aye. Three ayes. All opposed? Hearing none. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you.